a young person wants to pursue his or her dream, there often will be conflicts. So when we talk about doing startups or creating change or impact in the society, a lot of the narrative concerns the methodology or the resources, but how do you deal with your parents? How do you deal with the people around you is a very important issue that's often neglected. So in this session, we hope to explore how do you transform those expectations or your responsibilities and tensions related to these people into sources of nourishment and support, or at least not a burden that is too heavy. And of course, how do you find sources of inspiration from the people around you? How do you find those wisdom from the people that are usually unnoticed around you? That is the idea of the theme otherwise. So our first speaker represents an Eastern changemaker perspective. She is Kate Hsu from Taiwan, Xu Xingwei. She is the founder and CEO of Design for Change, and she was also awarded the 2014 10 Outstanding Young People Award, or 10大杰出青年. She believes that we could blur the boundary between the classroom and the world by applying what we have learned to solve real life problems. Through the design for change processes, she aspires to bring the power of ICANN to educators and children in Taiwan. Today, we invited her because she left her teaching position, which in Taiwan we would say 铁饭碗, which is a stable job, and founded DFC Taiwan at the age of 23. How did she gain support from her family? And what are the most important interpersonal lessons she learned from her nonprofit startup journey? And I just added this new bullet line, that she has her donation QR code on her background. So if you agree with her ideals and if you really like her talk, please remember to donate. So without further ado, let's welcome Kate Hsu.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you. All right. Good. There you go. All right, can you see it? Okay, give me a thumbs up if you can see my slides. Good. Well, you could do this or you could use a digital one. Okay, so my husband took this photo when we're in France. It was in Chamonix, and then I took this photo. I put this photo here as the opening slide because I think everybody is interconnected. I mean, nobody is an island, okay? So I'm very, very honored to be invited to be here to talk to you about my journey. Okay, so before we begin, there are 3 tips to better interaction, okay? And just so you know, I can't really see everybody. So if you can, speak up when you want to interact with me. Okay, so the first thing is, please try turning on your camera so that I know I'm not talking to blackness, okay, darkness, so I can see you, all right? And then the second thing is, please answer or interact with me by virtually raising your hand so I would know and then respond with emojis, all right? So if you want to give me a big heart, if you want to give me a big round of applause, let me know, all right? And then the third thing is, you will have several opportunities to interact and speak up. So only then can you unmute, okay, so that the entire flow is better. All right, so let's begin. And I'm very, very honored to be here. And my name is Kate. And I know there's another Kate Robinson coming up, but my name is Kate Hsu. And I am the founder and the CEO of DFC Taiwan. But before I become the CEO, I was an English teacher. So I've never traveled abroad, but I love teaching and I love speaking in English, which is great. And I taught in HSNU, which is the school that I graduated from. And okay, so see the photos that they were taken 12 years ago. So I think I look prettier than 12 years ago. Okay. And I mean, you can see my students, and I was having so much fun. I really, really loved my students. Okay. However, there's always a however, right? There's always a turning point. And my turning point is this. Um, Raise your hand virtually. So click on 举手, okay? If you have ever heard of or you have watched the documentary An Inconvenient Truth. Raise your hand, okay? Only 2, 3. Good. So out of 116 people, okay, there's 6 people that I can see right now. All right, that have watched the movie. All right,
没有再
it's
问
okay.
好，来，所以回归最一开始哦，我们要怎么把它分
Okay,
开来？
can you help me unmute the person? Thank you. All right, so well, that's the movie. It's called An Inconvenient Truth. And for me, it was very shocking when I first saw it. And then it was I first learned global warming. Okay, and then you can put your hands down. Thank you. So yeah, and I first learned about global warming from the movie. So when I became a teacher, I wanted to introduce this documentary to my students. Okay, and I gave everybody a piece of paper during my class, and I showed them a clip of the movie, and I asked them to first think about and write down what really caused global warming. So there are many, many, many reasons why there is global warming. And then the second thing is, which is the most important thing, is what actions can we take? All right. So what actions can we take to slow down global warming? Can anyone raise your hand and tell me, speak up, tell me what can we do to stop global warming? Anything? Anyone?
Eat less beef.
Okay. Is Hong Li Hui? Are you going to talk about it? Okay.
We can raise the temperature of our air conditioner.
Good. Good. Thank you.
And the carbon dioxide.
Good. And what about Chenzhou? Wang Shuling, Chenzhou. Can you tell me? I can't hear you though. Can anybody hear her? Oops, I couldn't hear you. All right. Can you type? Can you type what you thought we could do, and then I could see.
Actually, many people leave their answers at the chat box.
I know. I just saw that right now. But I couldn't open the chat box right now. Oh, okay, there you go. Can you see my shoot. Okay. All right. I couldn't see my cursor, that's why. All right. E-vegetables. Reduce carbon emissions. Thank you. Okay. And 相信自己做每件事都对地球有影响. Spread awareness. Thank you. Okay. And be a vegetarian. Very nice. All right. So there are many, many, many ways, right? Many actions that we can take. And my students said, we could turn off the air conditioning. We can turn off the fans after we leave the classroom. We can turn off the projector, etc., etc. But you know what? After that class, I think I did a great job. Okay. And then I walked around the class and I saw wonderful answers. But then after that class, when it ended, I saw that there's well, everybody left, but then what did I see? I see, fans still turning, still on, and then the projector is still on. I mean, I couldn't find anyone who really walked the talk. Okay, so that really, really bothered me. Okay, and then so there's this assistant, 英文小老师. Okay, there's this assistant. He stayed until the end, and then I asked him, why didn't you do that? I mean, you literally just wrote down you are turning off the fans and the projectors, and he said this. I thought our answers are submitted to you and only to be marked in class. I mean, that was my turning point. I don't want that to happen. I want my students to make common sense into common practice. So you walk the talk. And then I want them to know that you can motivate. I wish I could motivate my students to learn more, to learn beyond their textbooks. Okay? So this is what I wanted to do. And I don't know how to do it. I do not know. Okay, so as an English teacher, I was searching for resources, and this is what I found. So this is my guru. I love her. Her name is Kiran Birsetti. She is the founder and the principal of Riverside School in India. Her TED talk on TED. Okay, the name of it is "Kids Take Charge." That completely changed my life. Well, you can see there are millions of people who watched that talk. And in that talk, she talked about something I call FITS. And FITS consists of feel, imagine, do, and share. So feel, imagine, do, and share is very simple. You ask children to feel anything that bothers them. Imagine ways to really solve the problem. And then you plan and take action. All right. In the end, you share the stories of change and create impact. That's it. So FITS is actually very, very simple. And just days ago, Kiran actually told me that she thinks FITS is what the world needs right now, because FITS is the vaccine for the heart and mind. I love it. I think she's so true. What she said was true. Okay. Why? Because children can use FITS to solve problems. These are the list of problems that children have solved in Taiwan. Okay, not around the world, but in Taiwan. So basically, they solved cyberbullying, too much food waste, horrible traffic at their school, too much homework, very mean teachers. Okay, so this is what they have done. And if you want, because we don't have time to cover this, but if you want, you can watch the videos of change right here. Okay, so you can Google TFC Taiwan on Facebook, or you can add us on Instagram. You can like us on Instagram. Sorry, follow us on Instagram. So whatever you do, if you can find students' projects and their stories of change on the platforms. Okay, so my second question is, this is actually very, very inspiring and very, very simple that the students can do at their school in their class. However, if we were to share with the teachers on what DFC is, what are the challenges that the teacher will face if they were to use FITS in their class? Can you tell me? If you tell your the teachers in your kid's school about FITS, use FITS. And then what are the things that they would tell you? Anything? You can raise your hand. Anything? Anyone? What would the teacher say to you? 你这么兴奋的跟你的老师讲，然后结果老师会跟你说什么？OK，利用 ，Please let me know。
我觉得可能你是说老师的角度吗？
对，老师的角度会跟你说什么？What would the teacher say？
嗯，我觉得老师可能会觉得小朋友太小，可能会就是他们去做会遇到一些困难，然后没有办法解决，因为年纪的
Okay. Okay, the kids are too young to solve problems, right? Okay, thank you, Leo. And then 慧妍. You have to unmute. I can't hear you.
Yeah, the teacher would say we have no time in class.
Oh, we have no time. Exactly. Are you a teacher?
Yes.
Exactly, right? This is what the teachers would tell me. And well, there are a lot of answers here. Teachers have to be a role model first. They're not interested at all. Yeah, some teachers are not interested. 没有动力去找生活中的问题. Children, I think. Teacher might question the kids the purpose. Okay, I don't quite understand. But exactly, yeah, I mean, teachers will tell you so many things. And there's so many challenges that we absolutely understand. I was a teacher. I know it's hard. You don't have much time. Your parents, the parents of your students might question you. And well, what if the kids do this and that and you don't know what to handle? All right. So this is what DFC does. So we provide teacher support. So we help them integrate fit in class. There are two things that we do. The first thing is online support. And in online support, we provide hotline, so which means you could call us anytime you want. Well, during the working hours, of course. But then call us anytime you want, discuss with us. I mean, we don't know the answers, but we could talk to you and we could discuss. And then we provide free teaching materials. And then there are teacher stories that we could totally, I mean, the teachers, when they find out, there are many ways to do DFC in class. And there are many ways, a variety of ways to succeed. They're much more, they feel much more confident and they don't feel alone. Okay. So this is what I thought was what we do. And then, so based on all these, the purpose of it is to increase teacher interaction and provide enough support. Okay, so this is what we do. And the second thing is offline support. So basically, we do go to schools and observe and give feedback to teachers on their sessions. And we give talks and workshops. And then we provide courses on design thinking. And in the end, we provide two programs, the certification programs on DFC teachers and schools. All right. So these are what we do. But enough about DFC. Today, we're going to talk about the stories behind the scenes. Okay. So I am going to post. I'm going to share the link to the teacher support group that we have. If you want, it's all free. Just join us. You can find all these online. Okay, so I'm going to share that later. All right, so let's talk about the stories behind the scenes. So basically, what you can see is that from this very, very old newspaper, I was 11 years ago. I was a high school teacher, and then I made the front line. And even, I mean, I can say it's an old newspaper because that newspaper has closed down. Okay. All right. So, I mean, I was there and then I was able to quit my job to become from a high school position to become a founder of an NGO. All right. So my third question, yeah, RIP, exactly. So my third question is, what do you think are the challenges that I will face from being a teacher to become a founder? Anything? Funding, good. And anything else?
Financial support.
Accreditation, courage, sorry,
Financial support.
financial support. Thank you. Building a team. Charles, is this the Charles that I know? Good. Yay. Hi, Charles. Yeah, I mean, Charles was one of the mentors. Hi. Okay, so basically, yeah, there are the challenges that I would face. And well, to sum up, there are two things that I would do on a daily basis. I am trapped in making choices. I have to make choices all the time, and I have to face failures. I mean, just yesterday, last night, I was crying because I made a horrible decision. And I don't know what to do. I mean, so most of the time, I am very, very, very much trapped and I am not as happy as I look. So, but then I still have to do it because this is what I want to do, right? So my next step is another question is, who are my stakeholders? So I see Juna, she said communication with different stakeholders. Yes. So who should I talk to? Who are the ones that I definitely have to communicate with? There are three. Husband, husband, yes. 校长, kid teachers, parents, family members. Okay, anyone else? Funders, okay? Teachers, kids, okay? Yeah, I mean, this is true. I mean, I have to talk to teachers and funders, but then I can't talk to any of them before I talk to these three people. I'm going to talk to you. And then if among all of you, okay, if recording stopped, okay. So if among any of you had trouble talking to these people, you're in the right session. All right. Oh, to do a monologue to build up self-confidence. Best friend, yourself. Good. 内心的恐惧. Right. So the first group of people that I have to talk to is my family and friends. Okay, so this is a very old photo again. This is even older than the newspaper that I show you. This is our first ever meeting. And then now we have thousands of meetings, of course. But then this was long ago. And these are the friends that I used to have. I mean, some of them, I'm not friends with them anymore because some of them couldn't understand why I'm doing this. And this is difficult. They think that I'm very naive. They think that I'm very naive and they think that I'm very optimistic. And which is true, by the way, I am who I am, but then I keep on making mistakes. And back then, I don't know how to communicate with them. I don't know how to, I wanted to be, I am a founder, right? So I have to be very strong. So I'm just going to share with you one of the mistakes that I did. Okay, here's an example. So it's a very famous example that I used all my money in my account to create these. These are the toolkits that I send every school. Okay, back in 2010. Okay, which is 11 years ago. So because India did it, and then I thought, well, that could happen in Taiwan too, right? This is how naive I am. And this is how I am not sensitive with numbers, okay? So I spent all my money and I asked my students, as you can see, I asked my students to really help me pack. And then we finished packing 3,492 toolkits to send out to all schools. And does anyone want to guess how many schools responded to my toolkits, to the posters, to the to whatever that I sent them? And then, well, it's a free event. They could join. 10, 5. 我也要一本 DFC 讲义. Okay. Well, there are a lot of free ones I could send you. 52, 3. Oh my God, how old are you guys? You know what? Whenever I talk to elementary school kids, their answer is always 4,000. Okay, which is very weird. And then the age and the number they guess is going down. Okay, so the number they guess is going down the older my audience is. So that's why I'm guessing. How old are you guys? Because you guys are pessimistic. Okay. So I mean I spent all my money and then I got two schools to respond me. So they responded, two schools. Yeah, I'm 30%. Thank you. No, I mean two of them. And then I spent all my money. So, but then of course there are lessons learned from this. But then what I wanted to say was that it was difficult for me to really communicate with my friends because they think that I'm too naive. And my family too. I mean, I am very, very lucky to have my parents who supported me, not financially, but then they supported me. They know that I'm doing something good. But then in the end, the moment they finally understood what I was doing, well, they don't really understand, but then they finally started to fully support what I do, is when I got this. Okay. So that's what Adler said, 时大解读青年. And then when I got on news, and then finally my parents were like, oh, so what you're doing is actually good. Good for the world and society. And I was like, yeah, okay, but that was 6 years after. So I had to spend 6 years communicating, constantly telling and reassuring them that what I'm doing is very, very important to Taiwanese education. Okay, so this is hard. I mean, but then I guess I'm very lucky in a way that my parents are not. They are okay in a way. But then the second group of people is difficult. Okay, so my teammates. For me, I am like I am. I'm a free person. I'm a free spirit. So for me to transform a group of people with good intention to a functioning organization, that is the hardest part. I wanted to be friends with everybody, but I couldn't. I just realized 2 years ago that I couldn't be friends with all my team members because that's just not how it works. Um, I stumbled really, really hard on this. Amen. Yeah, thank you. I know that some friends you could be friends with, but then you probably couldn't start an NGO with. And for me, I am a person who is very, very much clinging on friendships and relationships. So the hardest part is when I hear people, my teammates telling me they want to quit. For me, it's the hardest part. And I know there are a lot of leaders who would tell me constantly, Kate, you have to hire slowly, fire fast, for those teammates. But I couldn't fire fast. And that is something that I have to learn is the biggest lesson. Okay. And then when they ask me when can I get paid, oh, those are the moments that I feel like probably I'm not the person for this job. And finally, I realized something is that the most painful thing, the worst nightmare to a leader is probably spending time on the wrong people. So I'm learning, I'm trying my best to find the right people to join the team. Yeah, so this is the hard lesson learned because, I'm still learning. By the way, I'm still learning. I am um, well, there's this time when I hear my friend told me that, you know what, according to the statistics, 90%, 90% of the teammates of the employees will leave one company or an NGO because of the founder. And then I was devastated. I don't want to be disliked. And then my answer to that person was, you know what? I think the rest of the 10% is lying. I think 100% those people are they leave because of me. And this is how much I blame myself. Okay. And okay, last 3 minutes. Got it. Okay, so the most important thing, the third person that I should talk to. So I don't have time for asking, but then I think the most important person that you should communicate with is yourself. So someone told, yeah, exactly. Someone, a lot of people talk about it. So in Chinese, we say 知己知彼, right? I think understand, know myself is the most important thing. So I'm always constantly questioning myself. What kind of leader am I? What kind of leader do I want to be? What suits me? What would be my mission? And what can I change? So this is, I'm always learning. Like I said last night, up until last night, I am learning. I am trying my best to become the leader that I want to be. And I'm learning the hard way. So this is difficult. But you know what? One person, this person, he has shared something that I think is very, very important. I want to share with you. So other people's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. I care too much about what other people think of me most of the time. And I know a lot of people are, okay? But I'm trying my best every single day to tell myself, Kate, you're not what they think you are. Okay, so this is difficult. And whenever I have doubts in myself, I look at this slide. I look at all the children. I look at whatever they did to change the world. And I think of myself, see, they're young and they did it. They made a difference. And I am so much older than them. I have all the resources that I need. What can I do? I must not give up. Okay. So last thing to you guys, I think is very, very important, is that sometimes during your uh, either you're a founder or your employee, or if you're just talking to yourself, you're a teacher, there are always people that you fear to talk to communicate with. But you know what? In the cave that you fear to enter, holds the treasure you seek. So you have to have the courage to talk to them. And you might find something that is beyond your imagination. So in the end, I know I don't have time for QA, but I'm going to be in your rooms, different rooms to discuss. But most importantly, during the COVID times, DFC is, we're suffering. So please support us if you can, and like us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram, and I have 30 seconds. Yeah, please support DFC. Thank you. All right. So I am going to share the link of the teachers group with you guys later. And I'm very happy that I finished this. Yay! So I'm done, right? So yay, thank you.
Thanks, Kate, for the amazing
No
talk
problem.
and showing such vulnerability with everyone, and very moving. And as Kate just mentioned, I think it's a very good segue to our next talk, because she just quoted that the treasure might be in the places that you never thought will be. And our next talk will be by PoYa Hsu. Let me share. Sorry. So this is PoYa Hsu. She's a graduate student at National Chiao-Tung University studying anthropology. In her own self-introduction, she said that she's been starting questioning and learning more about the world after she joined the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. Social anthropology and sociology, with a focus on understanding the human condition, helps her improve her critical thinking skill. As seeing, hearing, and feeling others, people will understand differences better. There are tons of great and diverse stories told by various people who are willing to interact and engage with each other. So PoYa is a representative presenting our citizens' perspective in our three perspectives. And through our selection process, we found her a person who aims to see beyond the mainstream narrative and to discover the real world in the everyday lives of ordinary people. In her talk, she's going to talk about our traditional or mainstream conceptions of the urban poor. Are they really passive recipients of mercy or philanthropy? And do they have agency? If they do, how do they exercise their agencies? And through her research, she also wants to know whether there are any lessons that we can learn from them. So without further ado, let's welcome PoYa Hsu. PoYa, are you with us? PoYa. Okay, so while she is trying to set up her presentation, let me try to give some more information. So I was fascinated to see some people already utilizing our workbooks to co-create the notes during the talk. So if you like to, you can, I repasted the workbooks. So you can go to the group workbook that belongs to your group, and at the during the talk section, there are 3 boxes for 3 speakers. All right, so is PoYa with us right now? PoYa, are you with us? All right, awesome. We see her right now. Okay, PoYa, are you ready? We can't hear you yet. You should unmute yourself. PoYa.
标题的意思就是在
按静音。Yeah. Weird. 解除静音. How about right now? Can you speak right now? Uh-oh, we're having some tech issues again. Or okay, so while PoYa is trying to resolve her tech issues, I see that people are already using the workbook. So since the workbook is pretty sophisticated, let me do some introduction about that. So
is it working now?
Oh yeah, awesome. Great.
Good. I use microphone. Okay. So, and can you see the screen, PowerPoint?
Yes, awesome. Okay, so
okay, good.
I'll leave the time to you, PoYa.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm PoYa Hsu. It's my honor to be here, and I like to give some response to Mr. Yang. I believe they are ordinary but extraordinary. So it's my honor to enjoy you with this incredible education summit. The topic is otherwise. We aim from nowhere. This topic presents a critical issue in this contemporary society. We humans tend to sort, label, and categorize others, which help us to make sense of our complex world. Things became we, you, and them. However, it doesn't mean we won't want to know more about others, right? So now I'd like to contribute some other stories to you. Okay, here. Okay, a quick introduction of myself. I'm PoYa Hsu. I was graduated from National Chiao-Tung University. My research field is cultural anthropology of emotions, space and place, urban studies, and local community. Anthropology is the study of what makes us human. Anthropologists take a broad approach to understanding the many different aspects of the human experiences. So as Tin Ingo said in the book making, To know things, you have to grow into them and that they grow in you. So that you become a part of who you are. I like to embody the thought by not reading books, but knowing others in person. Okay. I believe most of my audience are Taiwanese, right? Maybe some of you live in Taipei. So here's my question. How would you introduce Taipei? We usually learn history from textbook, document, and governmental data like population, then area, and magnificent event happened during the colonial period. These stories are right and wrong because it's not the whole picture of it. It's hard to find out people's struggles, happiness, frustrations, and satisfaction via reading these official materials. We have trouble feeling each other. This is how we learn Taipei, or literally how we learn everything. It's like we learn people. So in the following story, you will hear a different version of the story, being intersubjectivity and entanglement. I like to present a assemblage for you. So here's my topic. My topic of my presentation shows the power of rag picker who lives in an urban city life with out of place and emotional connections way. There are many words to describe this kind of people. They make a living by picking up mandatory recyclables from household, alleys, and shops. After collecting piles of recyclables, they drag their hand barrel or hand cart to sell this to the recycling yards. As you can see in my PowerPoint, it's like the system. This is how the resource recovery system has worked in Taiwan after the addition of Article 10.1 to the West Disposal Act in 1988. Actually, I really like how Taiwanese call them 做回收的人 in recent years. It shows not sympathy, but empathy to them. This is also the reason why I use the term rag picker, as I think it's a neutral term. I did my research about a year. I interviewed some rag pickers, the owner of buyback center, and some providers like clerks, neighbors, or community members. The first story was heard from the clerk, and she told me how the emotional interaction works in the city. Anne is an employer in a convenience store. The store owner asks her on her first day, keep the paper bags for the rag pickers. If you meet an uncle looks like 40 to 50 years old, show up at 6 p.m., give him some. Well, you have to remain some recyclables for the aunt who will show up before you close the door. She has to raise a child, so just keep some for her. One time I met the uncle who the owner mentioned before. The day he works is mute. His mind and the supplier, the cook, are in sync. He usually grabs a big black plastic bag. Then he goes straight in the store, take the recyclables, and leave. These suppliers will distribute the volume for different rag pickers. For example, if he is old and physically disabled, he will get more paper bags than the young one. Or she's a mother, then she will get more recyclables either. There are some emotional interaction between this shop owner, clerk, and rag picker. They know each other a little bit. As they know each other a little bit, they get bonded. The shop owner and the clerk may want to do something more for them, a little. Therefore, giving them recyclables makes the suppliers show up their feelings more than just mercy or pity. Okay, so the second story is about the street wisdom of rag pickers. This is about the strategy of rag pickers and how they show their street wisdom while working. Peter Ade point out the importance of mobility in 2009, Mobility is organized into meanings, politics, practice, and meditations. We now seeing an example of dynamic pose, as you can see on my PowerPoint, and it's highly relevant to Taiwan's archetype style, arcade. Arcade is part of people's dwelling. Though the law protects the public use of the arcade, the space is appropriate between owner of the dwelling. It presents a conflict between the public and the private. Here are some daily views in Taipei. The rag picker organized recyclables in the arcade. This kind of spatial experience of arcade goes through the negotiation between rag pickers, recyclables, the shop owner, and the passersby. Instead of kicking out the rag picker, the shop owner gives them the recycling items like paper, plastic bottle, and glass, and become a supplier of recycling resources. There are negotiations between rag pickers, recyclables, and the shop owner, and the passersby almost every day. Like the picture I show you, the rag picker keeps the street clean enough that she won't get complained. Some rag pickers execute their basic schedule, like finish sorting in the early morning so that they won't bother people who are going to work or school. Since tacit understanding is a mutual thing, rag pickers and the facts they cause have made the contemporary society a better place. So I believe the whole story is about how urban assemblage are engaged by each part of modern city life. Within the spirit of explanation, we now know the whole recycling recovery system is not only relevant with the rag picker and the recyclables, but also highly relevant with the values of commodity and product. Like other remaining things I haven't mentioned in this topic. Okay, so now we know the aspect of Taipei. The capitalist city reveals not indifferent or unconcerned, but strong emotional interactions between rag pickers, the resident, and of course the city through an ethnographic. They are not only a representation of homeless, jobless, or poverty. On the contrary, they are the key to the resource recovery system. So, I believe this part of the story looks like quantum entanglement. Each person represents each particle, wherein a group of particles are generated, interact, or share space approximately in a way such that quantum states of each particle of the group cannot describe independently of the state of the others. So they are not really others. They are us. And that's why we end from nowhere, from here. Okay, before ending the speech, I'd like to quote from Anna Ting. She wrote a book about mushrooms, pines, and humans in 2015. One could say that pines, mustache, and humans all cultivated each other unintentionally. They make each other's world-making products possible. This item has allowed me to consider how landscapes more generally are products of unintentionally design. That is, the overlapping world-making activities of many agents, human and non-human. Consider other agents that I haven't mentioned before, such as garbage, or recyclables, or money, and so on, whatever comes in your mind. I believe there are more exciting stories behind the appearance. So go access to the thing you love and really dig into it. Thank you, and stay healthy.
Thanks, PoYa, for the extraordinary. You mentioned ordinary and extraordinary. Thank you for your ordinary, but also extraordinary talk. So coming next is, late but not least, Kate Robinson. Right now I'm going to share, sorry. So So Kate Robinson from the United Kingdom will be our representative of a Western changemakers perspective. She is the founder of Nevergrey and daughter of Sir Ken Robinson. Her expertise lies in raising the profile of inspiring initiatives with a particular focus on startups and building strong partnerships with social purpose. Her passion lies in engaging youth voice, and through her work has been awarded for outstanding contribution to education empowerment. Robinson is the director and co-founder of Nevergrey, a consultancy working closely with clients across sectors to extend their reach to transform how they communicate with their audiences. As part of their work, she is head of strategic operations of 100 Ed, a Finnish initiative spotlighting inspiring innovations in K-12 education globally. In her talk, we invited Kate to talk about how does she find her own unique shine under her father's brilliance, considering Sir Ken Robinson is so famous globally, and also how did Sir Ken prevented himself from being too overwhelming to Kate as a great parent, as many people may experience when you have a strong or influential parent figure that may lead to overwhelming effects to the children. Also, I think her talk will be a very, very great case for us to explore the balance or the reconciliation between independence and carrying on and responsibilities as Kate decided to carry on his father's legacy. So without further ado, let's welcome Kate Robinson. Kate, are you able to share your slides? Are you with us?
Hi, I am. Hi, everyone. I don't have any slides, if that's all right. So I'll just be me. Can I change it so it's a full screen? Hang on. There we are. I've done that. Thanks.
Yeah. I think you
awesome.
are first.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much, everybody, for having me. Thank you, Adler, for that introduction. I should say I'm no longer with 100 officially, although I am still on their advisory academy for selecting the innovations, and I am going to speak a little bit today about 100 and the impact that they had. But as Adler said, I'm joining you today from the UK, from Windsor, right next to where the Queen is. And I am a writer and a speaker. I'm also, as Adler said, the co-director of Nevergrey, which works with individuals and organizations driven by social purpose. And we were set up in 2016 with the direct purpose of supporting the work that my dad does. And then through that, got excited about how we could help other people do the work that they want to do. So at the core of Nevergrey is two things. So we named the company Nevergrey with the intent behind that no more grey days, that every day should be in Technicolor, that we have one life to live, and so we should live it absolutely to the full, to the best of our ability. So through Nevergrey, we work with people to help them do that and to really make a positive impact on the world. We were the global head office of my dad, Sir Ken Robinson, and he was an international educationalist and thought leader. He also did a TED Talk that was very well known, but he had a whole career on either side of that TED Talk. So we were his global head office for a number of years. And then when he passed away in August of this past year of 2020, we started two organizations dedicated to his legacy. So the first is a not-for-profit called We Imagine If. And we did, for Dad's birthday in March 2021, we did an 11-hour stream in celebration of him and his life and the impact that he had. It's still online if you want to check it out, but it is 11 hours. So no pressure. I suggest getting comfortable if you're going to watch it. And then we also, so we have We Imagine If, and the idea behind Imagine If is that Dad talked about what separates us out from the rest of life on Earth is our human incredible capacity for imagination, that other creatures exist in the world as they find it, but we humans create the world in which we live. You know, everything that we take for granted, from our political systems to our, systems of architecture to everything we were just learning about anthropology and cities and Taipei, have all come from human imagination. And then as a result, human creativity. So as we create the worlds that we live in, it's also well within our power to recreate them. that anything that's designed by humans can be redesigned by humans. So Imagine If is to empower people to grasp hold of something in the world they think should be different and to change it for the better. So we have that, and then we also have the SKR, which is I used to call Dad SKR rather than Sir Ken Robinson or Dad in professional contexts. We have his collective legacy fund that is dedicated to continuing his work. So I'm going to talk about all of that, and also kind of more so how and why I do it. Because as Adler said, I grew up with a dad who was very influential in a good way, and sort of the why it is then that I care about it. And they say, if you do something that you love, you'll never work a day in your life. And Dad had a book called The Element, which was very much about that, about how your passion, personal passion and natural aptitude come together to create this place called The Element, where you are just doing what you love and that you're good at. And for me, I feel like this is, working in education and in particular writing, my element. And there are a few reasons for how I got there. So the first is that I grew up with a family who were incredibly passionate. So it was never a 9 to 5 for Dad. He worked very closely with my mum, who was a teacher herself, and came from a long line of teachers, which I think people do. You come from a teaching family. If you're a teacher, more often than not, you have parents or aunts or uncles or people who are teachers. So they used to talk about everything that we talk about changing education. I should say Dad's view of changing education was systemic, and it was to move away from this industrialized, standardized vision of education into one that is more individualized, that really nurtures the individual passion and the drive of everyone, of every individual student. So they were deeply passionate about these topics, and every dinner table conversation, every long car journey, I'd wake up in the morning, I could hear them talking in the next room. It was just constant, this conversation. So on one hand, I think if you grow up in a family like that, you have this constant exposure. It's almost like osmosis. You just you become passionate. But then the other reason is more personal, which is that I hated school. I was one of those kids that the system didn't work for. And when we moved from England, where I'm from, to California when I was 12, and went to a school that for all the world looked like and was, a brilliant school. It had amazing art facilities. It had a dance company. It had a theater, state-of-the-art labs. And I should preface this by saying that my story is one of tremendous privilege that I'm fully aware of. But I do think there are some lessons in it that translate across the board. But what became very clear in my own school experience is that I wasn't just not thriving. I was drowning with it. I felt hopeless. I was told I was hopeless. And what I found is that when you take a child and you give them a label or you put them in a box, they live up to the expectations of that label or that box. That's sort of as much as they are. They see what you expect of them, and more often than not true of every child, but more often than not, they live up to what it is that you tell them that they are. And I did. And the older I got, the worse it got. So when I was 16, my parents came into the school and, true to his word, took me out of the school. And I'll save you the story, but in a very dramatic, literally marched into the school and walked out with me in tow story. And we had this dilemma. What do? You just pulled me out of school. What are we going to do now? So we looked at everything. We looked at homeschooling. We looked at other schools. We looked at, remote learning, going off to boarding school, every sort of option we could. And eventually, after months of this, my parents sat me down and said, if we were in England at 16, you could leave school. So what do you want to do? And I said, well, if you're honestly asking me that question, I would like to leave school. And I did. So we sat down, we had this list of things that I could and I couldn't do. I could not run away with the circus. I could not spend the entire day in bed watching movies, and I could not have a baby at 16. Those were kind of the three big things that my parents said, if we're doing this, you have a responsibility to not do those things, which seemed reasonable to me. But in exchange, there was a list that went on for days of what I actually could do, and I did all of them. So I studied at Santa Monica Community College in art history and child psychology. I did jewelry making classes. I did music business classes. I worked with Miley Cyrus for a little bit. I worked at a music production company and really just got a sense of the world. So my parents always had this belief that if you're interested in something, you should put yourself in that world. You know, you should try it on and see if you like it and if it's for you. And that's what I did 1,000 different ways. And I say it's a story of privilege because it is. You know, not only were my parents in a position to support me through this, which not everybody is, but they also understood it, which, you know, even people from the most affluent families actually more often than not have parents who really don't understand the trauma and the stress that standardized education can put on young people. It wasn't perfect, you know, it was difficult. I was 16. Everything is difficult when you're 16, I think. You know, everything feels big and monumental. My friends all went off to 4-year universities when I was 18, and I didn't, and that was difficult. And more so was kind of this stigma from, you know, Kate, you were saying that you had to kind of prove to your parents and to other people that what you did was, you know, a really good thing. And it wasn't until you got a claim for doing it that they believed you. I had a very similar thing, not with my parents, thankfully, but, you know, relatives or friends who kind of, I had one friend's mother who I knew really well say I wasn't allowed to go hang out with their kids anymore because I was a high school dropout. You know, and it stuck with me. It's the kind of go-to insult, or when you graduate high school before you tell me how to live my life. That there was a different kind of box, I guess, to kind of grow out of, you know, and but what I did get from it, aside from this kind of a huge portfolio of experiences, I've always believed that you learn as much about who you are by learning who you're not and what you don't want to do. You know, kind of chiseling away at the areas that maybe don't fit you the way that you are. And what I did was all my friends went off to university, and I made new friends who were all in their, you know, I was 18, they were all in their late 20s or early 30s. And that was a crash course in the kind of adult I wanted to be, the kind of adult I didn't want to be. And the fact that it turns out no adult has got their life completely together. No matter, you know, you don't kind of get given the meaning of life when you graduate, and then adulthood is a breeze. It just seems to get increasingly harder as you go, which is kind of a good thing to learn at a certain point. So those are two reasons why I am passionate about education. The first is that I grew up in a family full of passion, and the second is that I lived and breathed what happens, firstly, when the system brings you down, and secondly, when you get out of it, and how life-changing that can be if someone takes a chance on you. As I said, I couldn't have done it without my parents, and also all the people who took a chance on me, which in a West LA bubble is a wider group of people than in other places in the world, that's for sure. But I learned 3 things that I think are important and worth sharing at this point. The first is that my parents empowered me. And what I learned is that empowerment goes hand in hand with trust. You can't empower somebody if you don't trust them. And, you know, we made that list of what I couldn't do, and they trusted that I would stick to it, and trusted that I could make something of myself despite, you know, the circumstances. And that was incredibly empowering. The second is I learned that you shouldn't trust the system more than you trust yourself. And that's not just true of education, that's true of every system that you're in. That systems, all of our systems really, are designed for the masses, not the individuals. And so that isn't kind of a cry for anarchy or dissent or antisocial behavior, but it is kind of to take note and realize that in amongst all the systems and everything, you're a person, you know, and your life, you get one shot at it, and you can't live your life in ways that are dictated by other people. And then the third thing I learned, which I have a daughter myself now, so I applied to her as well. But if your parents don't trust the education system more than you trust your children, you know, that you are their biggest advocate. And not everybody is in a position to do what my parents did, and it wouldn't be right for everybody. You know, my life has been the way it is, not just because of my experience, but because of certainly who my dad is and the people that we've met along the way. But even within the system, you know, you're your child's biggest champion. So those were 3 takeaways. Oh, and the fourth one, a bonus fourth one, is if you're a business and you're in a position to do it, offer paid internships, because only a very small number of people are capable of working for free. And they're the kind of people who don't need the kind of chances that you're providing anyway, because they have more often than not have a lot of doors open to them just from their circumstances, and take a chance on somebody. Like people took a chance on me, because you just never know who's a victim of their circumstances rather than who they fundamentally are to their core. And there's this term dropout, which gets thrown around a lot, which I hate because it indicates that there's something wrong with the child rather than the system itself. And there's something that happens in fishing, in big industrial methods of fishing, called bycatch. When they're fishing for one species of fish, this is me fishing, by the way. I've never actually done it, but I imagine that's what trawling nets look like when they're going. So when you're fishing, they're fishing for something and they catch other species of fish. They know they're going to do this and they throw them back in the ocean where they die. It's called bycatch. It's sort of a nasty byproduct of fishing, and it happens in education. We know that education is not designed for everybody. It's designed for a small number of people who fit a certain criteria, and we throw a lot of people back into the sea to try and fend for themselves, and more often than not, they're not capable of it, because the systems we have don't cater to the individual. So that's kind of that's why I'm passionate about it. But I went to New York when I was 21, and I worked at a school in New York called Blue School, which was founded by the Blue Man Group. It's an incredible art. It's Reggio Emilia inspired. It's an incredible school. And eventually made my way to London when I was 22, where in the UK they are not as supportive of people doing things differently as they are on the west coast of LA. And I worked freelance in the arts for a number of years, mostly doing fundraising proposals for people. And I mentioned earlier that my element is to write. I love to write. And I was walking to work one day thinking, how on earth am I going to end up ever writing? Who's going to give me a job writing? I've got no qualifications, no experience. But I would love more than anything to travel and to write. And it just seemed like one of those crazy pipe dreams you kind of entertain yourself with on the walk to work. But then a couple of months later, I was volunteering for a friend's education event back in New York. And I met Saku Tominen and Lasse Leponiemi from 100, which I'll talk about in a second. But I'm going to pause for a second just to say one of the fundamental themes that I've experienced is that the more you do, the more you get. So activity begets activity. And if I hadn't then just sort of said, oh, sure, I'll fly to New York and volunteer for this education event, who knows, I wouldn't have met the people that I met there. So one big theme is to just put yourself out there and try as many things as possible, but even if you have no idea why or what the purpose is. So I've met Saku and Lasse, who just come up with the idea for 100. So I'll give you a bit of an overview for those of you who aren't familiar with 100. It was founded in 2016 to look at the Finnish education system. So for Finland's centenary anniversary, their 100th year as a country, the idea was that they would interview 100 education thought leaders on the future of education, identify 100 education innovations that were changing the future of education. And I think the third was to do case studies of 100 schools that were, living and breathing everything that we're talking about. I had the longest interview process of my life. We involved about 14,000 Zoom calls and then eventually a trip to Helsinki. And they offered me the job, which was to travel the world and interview education thought leaders on the future of education and write about it. So suddenly, sort of 3 months later, this what seemed like a pipe dream became a reality. And I did. I flew to Singapore to BET and interviewed 21 people in 3 days. I was in Singapore for 3 days from England via Helsinki. It's a big trip, including I interviewed Lucia Lin, who at the time was a deputy education minister of Taiwan. She was one of the very first people that I spoke to, but I got to speak to people from all around the world about their vision of education. And suddenly everything made sense. So suddenly the passions that I grew up with and my own experience of school and the fact that I love to write and to meet people made sense in this one experience that actually I could do that, and I could do it because Saku and Lasse had this vision to do it, but also because it needed to be done. And 100 now is an incredible education initiative that's, in the 4 or 5 years it's been going has made a huge impact and continues to make a huge impact. Through 100, I also met Anthony, who is now my husband. We met that first trip in Singapore, my first day of the job of 100. He used to run BET, which is a huge education event here in the UK. And we fell in love through our shared passion for wanting to change the world. And then a little while later, we were in France with Dad, and he said, well, why don't you come and help me do what I'm doing? And it just seemed to make perfect sense. So I'll say a little bit about Dad. Dad, I don't know how many of you have seen his TED Talk, but he, if you have seen it, he was exactly the way he seemed in the TED Talk. I see some thumbs up, thank you. He was exactly the way that he was in the TED Talk. And he was kind, he was funny, he was incredibly clever and compassionate, but he was also very humble, which in all of this is a very rare combination in a person. And more so, the success that he had came from never changing who he was. So, who he was on stage was who he was at the breakfast table, albeit a bit less well-groomed. And that's who he was when we were in England in the 90s. And that's who he was, up until last year when he passed away. So he was my dad, but he was also my hero, from a personal perspective and a professional perspective. So the chance to then go and work with him wasn't just sort of a cop-out, I'll go work with my parents. It was, this is, the opportunity of a lifetime. And it was. So we had 5 years. I stayed working with 100 until I got until my daughter was born. And it really was that explosion, particularly 100 was that explosion of putting yourself out there and meeting people and talking to other people. And, everything that I had felt, that I'd heard my parents talk about, that I had felt myself in my own education experience. Suddenly I'm talking to somebody from Bangladesh who's telling me the exact same story, and somebody from Australia and people all around the world and children all around the world saying, yeah, the system is not. So the first question we asked people with 100 was, do you think that the way that we are currently educating our children prepares them for the world in which they live? Of 100 people from all around the world, not a single person said yes to that question. Everybody said no, the way we're educating does not prepare children for the way the world is at the moment, which is crazy, to have people, and, it wasn't just sort of education thought leaders, it was teachers, it was young people, it was politicians, and it was a unanimous response. So to have that kind of resounding, yeah, it's really not just you, or it's not just one person, it's the system, and we have to do something about it. And then it was also incredible to find so many people who are doing something about it, who are dedicated. So there's a whole theme in the element around finding your tribe, about finding the people who feel like home to you, who get what you get, and who also lift you up, who elevate your game, who challenge you and make you the best version of yourself you can be. And all of a sudden, that's what I managed to find through 100, was this group of people who really believed everything that we believed in, weren't just talking about it, but they were doing it. So that's kind of my whole life story in 15, 20 minutes. Which leads me to the bit that we're at right now, which is, as I mentioned, Dad passed away in August 2020, so we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary in a couple of months. He died, it was a shock. So they moved back to England in the March 2020, and he got sick in the April, was supposed to be fine, and then we had 18 days from prognosis to when he passed away. I see a really good question about, is politics the best way to change the education system? I'm going to write that down and come back to that once I finish this bit about Dad. Hang on. So we had 18 days from finding out that he was dying to when he actually died. And there's a blessing in that, as I understand it. You don't want somebody to be sick for a very long time. In that week and a half or 2.5 weeks, I promised him that I would continue his work, that I would dedicate the rest of my life to his work. And I didn't do that because I felt I had to. In fact, I think, if I'd said in that time, do you know what, Dad, this has been great, but I think now it's probably time for me to go and do something else, he'd have loved that as well. I did it because of several reasons. One, because he gave so much to the world, and he was one of the genuine good people in the world. And it's only now that he's gone that I realized just how irreplaceable and rare he was as a person. But the best you can do for somebody when you love them and you really believe in them is to continue that for them. His work wasn't a 9-to-5, it was his life. And the best way I can keep him alive is to keep his work alive. He's gone, but actually the world has never needed his message more. he said that the more complex the issues of the world become, the more creative we need to be to meet their challenges. And they are incredibly complex at the moment. COVID is sort of the icing on the cake, but there are all sorts of, the rates of suicide and depression are through the roof. And not just, it used to be in middle-aged men, now it's in young people. The rise of prescription drugs. We're better off than most other generations. So this is a crazy fact, but of the every human that like us that has ever lived on Earth, throughout time, I think it's 100,000 billion. That doesn't sound right. I'm terrible with numbers, but it's a lot. 10% is on Earth right now. So 10% of humanity. So the world is more densely populated than ever before. We've got better access to healthcare. We've arguably are the most successful generations living now than ever before us. But we're also the most unhappy. And it's because we've lost track of what it is, I think, that makes us human. In our ever constant quest for more and for better, we've forgotten who we are as a species, which is, we are so like the rest of life on Earth. In particular, we depend on the Earth to live. So there's still so much work to do. So it's my privilege to continue it for him, and I never want another kid to feel the way that I felt, to feel like it was them. And one of the things that we learned from working with Dad was people used to send us messages in his behalf. He let millions of people know that it wasn't them, that it was the system. And that's a lifeline for people. That changes people's lives. It changed my life. And as long as there are kids out there who are at risk of feeling like it's them that are the issue, there is still a huge amount of work to do. So we can't, I promised him I continue his work. Part of that is I've just finished his last book, which he asked me to finish writing, so that I handed in on Friday, which is crazy, and should be published in March 2022, along with the next Imagine If event. But what was incredible about Dad and his work, and sort of the task I have now in continuing it, is he was never sponsored by anybody. It wasn't sort of back to that question about politics. It wasn't a government, no one said, listen to this guy. He worked for years. He eventually got given this opportunity at TED. And that's when he became more well known. But it was the people who made him as successful as he was in that sense, who shared his message. He talked about the grassroots revolution. So in answer to that question about is politics the best way to change education systems, it's a critical factor in changing it. But Dad would say that rock and roll was not a government-led initiative. Neither were the great revolutions of time or any of the changes that happened. Very rarely did changes come from the government. They come from the ground up, from people realizing something is wrong and coming together to change it. And that's what Dad believes in, and that's the work that we have to do. It's about uniting everybody who believed in him, who needed to hear his work, who believes that the system is broken, and us all coming together to work to change it, because the stakes have never been higher. But as Dad would say, we have everything that we need. We are an incredible species with incredible capacity for imagination and creativity and compassion and collaboration. And imagine if every single system on Earth was designed in a way that lifted every person up rather than systemically keeping them down for some greater good that we're still trying to figure out. So that's the world that I believe in and that I'm dedicated to continuing. And that's how I got there. So I think it just sort of some takeaways for, I guess, lessons if I look back. I mean, one of the amazing things about life is that it's so organic. It's not linear. We try and make it look linear when we write our CVs, but it's a messy, tangled process of wrong decisions and right decisions and opportunities you take and ones that you miss and people you happen to meet along the way. It's circumstance and it's serendipitous, and it's a great big tangle of chaos, really, when you look at it. And so when you're kind of trying to figure out how to make sense of it, which you can only really do when you're looking back. So in my looking back to try and make sense of it, there are a few things. The first is what I said before about not trusting the system more than trusting yourself. But the second is taking a chance and doing as much of anything that you can do, trying something because because you can, and not volunteering and taking time to do different things, because you just never know where they're going to lead you. If I hadn't moved to New York and then to London and then back to New York, I wouldn't have ended up with 100. I wouldn't have met Anthony in Singapore. I couldn't have. If someone had told me one day you'll meet your future husband in a hallway of the big conference center in Singapore, I wouldn't have believed them. So putting yourself out there is a huge one. And then the second is that not everybody can do everything. And that's a big one. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that until I had a kid and realized, I really can't do everything despite my best efforts to. That particularly in the world that we live in at the moment, where everybody has access to information, and it's a very odd time for activism in particular, because, thanks to social media, there are so many opportunities to get your message out there. But real engagement is really hard because people share it, sort of feel like they've done their good deed for the day, move on. And then the other side effect of it is that it's exhausting. If you're constantly exposed to messages about 100 different causes and seeing gruesome pictures and being told it's your responsibility to fix everything, that's when you get compassion fatigue and you just switch off. I did when I was pregnant. I thought I can't see any more pictures of, the Syrian war or people hungry, or it's so overwhelming to feel you have to fix everything. So I think the best any of us can do is to find one thing we really care about and to dedicate our lives to doing it as much as humanly possible. And I will finish with a quote from Dad, which he said in The Element: what you do for yourself dies when you die, and what you do for other people lives on when you die. And that's it. Our time here is short. I know that more now than ever. And the best we can do is to make an impact and to leave the world better than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. It was so beautiful. So as you ended earlier, I think there will be more time for people to have in-depth conversations with you in the World Cafes. So right now, if you all have, as I recovered all the learning workbooks, I would suggest you to go back to your breakout groups and then spend 5 minutes to structure what are the things that you like to talk about during the World Cafe. And after 5 minutes, we'll be sending our speakers into your rooms.
Hi. Hi, Kate.
Hello. Hi, Kate.
Nice meeting you. Finally.
Lovely to meet you.
I had the privilege of FaceTiming with your with the late Sir Ken Robinson.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, last year. Oh no, 2 years ago actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
How was it?
It was inspiring, humorous. He was. I mean, I asked my brother to record my entire how I reacted to the chat, and after I hung up the call, and he was like, "Who was he?" He was like, "You are totally starstruck." I was like, "Of course I was. Do you even know who I was talking to?" And I show my brother, of course, his TED Talk. And my brother was like, "I should be on call. I should have totally joined." Yeah. But it was amazing.
Oh, I'm so glad. I love to hear
Yeah.
stories like that. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was pretty incredible.
He was. And I actually watched her I watched her talk on 100 I think it was a tribute to your dad. Yeah, it was an amazing talk,
Thank you.
and I really like the soil quote. Yeah.
They're creating the conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's funny that I can hardly remember last autumn. So thank you. I should watch that again.
No, it was amazing. And I was in tears. Yeah.
Oh.
Can I please ask for a screenshot of the three of us? Like, I need to be in the same photo with you.
Yes, definitely. I'm
All
so
right.
glad that you already started the conversation. I was about to get introduce you guys and also set the tone for our panel later. But let's take a screenshot first.
Yeah. Yay! All right. Cheese. Okay. 2 Kates.
Two Kates.
2 Kates.
So honored. I named
thank you.
myself after Kate Winslet.
Did you?
Yeah, you get to pick your own English name.
It's a good choice.
Thank you.
It's a good choice.
My name wasn't a choice though. I was named for Alfred Adler. If you know him.
Amazing.
But that was
because my dad
God,
is
that was
a
all recorded?
psychologist.
You have to share that video with me. You know that, right?
You're talking.
Can we have it?
Yeah, can we have it? I mean, I just heard that the recording just stopped, so it means that we were recorded.
We
so
were.
I have to have the video.
Adler, are we live on YouTube?
Yeah, we are live on YouTube.
Hello, YouTube.
Oh my God.
I'm not sure which.
Okay.
I'm not sure which room. I'm not.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm not sure which room is being recorded because the participants are still in the breakout rooms to work on their session summary, and they will post the session summary to a co-created workbook to summarize the entire session. Basically bringing all their learnings from different groups to the same session. And I'm thinking from all of your 3 talks, actually PoYa is not here yet.
Yeah.
There are just so many tech issues. I apologize so much.
It's going great. How are you finding it?
I really.
How going?
How are you holding up?
I really appreciate this entire experience, but I do see there's a lot of issues that just although we did have time for buffer and so on, but just things serendipity happens.
It does.
Yeah.
You see,
so
we use the word I do appreciate it. So yeah.
So out of I'll let PoYa know again, but from all of your 3 talks, I see there are some keywords. One is the notion of the preconception, prejudice, stigma, and the other side of that. So you all kind of have that experience, whether it's Kate through her journey, or
PoYa's.
yes, Kate Hsu, and Kate Robinson, your stigma of being a dropout, and PoYa also have the stigma. I mean, not her, but her informants have the stigma of being working poor. I mean, urban poor or rag pickers. And also there's also this notion you all mentioned, the conflict or tension between the system and individuals. So how might we rely more on the collaborative synergy among individuals instead of relying on huge systems or regulations or institutions? That also seemed to be a huge theme among all of your talks. So maybe that could be a direction that we talk about later in the panel. And of course, we'll open to Q&As. But as Kate Robinson, you can see, most of our participants are Taiwanese, and they might be shy speaking English. Yeah. So
I appreciate everyone's effort in English.
A little remind, 1 more minute, people will back to the main room, and the panel will be start.
Okay.
How was the discussion with all the very shy participants?
It was great.
It's great, yeah. We're losing more and more people. It's so sad.
That always happens.
They're getting hungry because dinner time.
Yeah, I know. It's dinner time. What time is it in the UK right now?
It is 10:40 in the morning, hence my cup of tea. Because it's desperate times. It started at 8:15.
Desperate measures.
Lots of tea.
Good.
Cool.
Yeah, lots of tea.
May I know whether? Oh, okay. Seems like we should stop chatting now.
Sure. So is everyone back in the main room? If you're back,
I think so.
Let me see your thumbs up. But actually, I can't see anything. I'm not sure why that's happening. Just tons of tech issues. So right now, can you all see the screen share? If you can see the screen share, please give me a thumbs up. We are at the session co-created session 1 summary for everyone, and I encourage every group to have a representative to copy and paste the session summary you co-created in your box. So there should be a summary co-created by Group A, summary co-created by Group B, and summary co-created by Group C. And after this session, you all are welcome to download this co-created workbook as a record of learning, and of course, this proof or evidence of collective wisdom. And here, as we start the panel, I invite you all also to join this document and go to the page. It's currently page 5, but it might be extended as people start typing in things. So go to the questions for the panel. If you have any questions, type them here. Of course, you can voice them and raise your hand and just say that. But I encourage you to write them down here, and someone voluntarily document them so other people can also see what happened during the panel. All right, so after that short introduction, I would invite all the speakers, Kate Hsu, Kate Robinson, and PoYa. What happened during the workup phase? What were the discussions? Are there anything memorable during those discussions? Who would like to go first? Maybe Kate Hsu. I see you first.
You see me first.
You're on my screen, so.
Yeah. Well, I think what I've I apologize for joining Group A very late. There was a tech issue, but then I think it was a lot of fun interacting with everyone, and then some of the questions that really stood out. I think it was from Deep. Oh, I forgot her name. I'm so sorry. She's Sri Lankan, and she talked about how she wanted to console me. She's saying that in the team, you'll always find someone probably wasn't the right person per se. But then you know what happens is probably something that means that that's your lesson, and then and everything happens for a reason. And I mean, I thank her for consoling me, and then I totally felt that she wanted to be there for me. But then my answers to her was that I think, especially right now, I feel like there are probably several types of leaders, and one of them, and I'm one of them who is more empathetic, but then I'm not such an achiever type. So I guess the lesson for my type of leader would be to really be decisive, to know when to really put a foot down. I mean, because I didn't know how to do that. But then again, for other types of leaders, probably their lesson was to be more soft and be more empathetic to your employees or your teammates. Yeah, I mean, that for me, that was a really good conversation in room B, so that I could sort of reflect on what type of leader I wish to be. Yeah, so that was my takeaway, and I thank everyone in discussion room A, B, and C for being very, very empathetic and for your encouragement to what I've done and what I've shared. Thank you. Did you hear me? Did anyone
Adler,
hear me?
you're on mute, Adler.
Tech issues. All right, so I was just saying, yeah, Kate Robinson, do you have anything to share from your experience in the workup phase?
I do. If I was Dad, I would have just said no, and
yeah,
just to make you feel uncomfortable for a moment. But yes, I do. First of all, Kate, I think that's wonderful. I love when you get an opportunity like these and people kind of connect on empathetic level. you know, people that you'd never ordinarily have a chance to connect with. I think that's amazing. Mine kind of links slightly that what came up in all three rooms was this idea of what makes us human and humanity, particularly with the rise of AI and you know, the different systems that we're creating, and this pull back to what it is that actually makes us human. And a big part of that being our creativity and what roles schools have to play in nurturing that in their students and young people. But that was one of the big takeaways for me, was this, and I love it. I think we're at such an interesting point in our history that we're one of the, I don't know if we're the only species. I can't imagine there are many other species who have got to this existential point of considering what it means to be that kind of species. But we certainly are. We've you know, sort of progressed to the point where we've completely forgotten what it means to be human, and we're at this point where we have no other option, I don't think, other than to reconnect with that and reconnect with each other, which is I have a lot of hope for that. And that's kind of the feeling I got from the groups as well, is that that's the way we need to move forward, is what makes us more human, which actually links, doesn't it, PoYa, to the work that you do with anthropology and the study of what makes us human.
Yeah, PoYa. How about your experience in the groups?
Most of the questions about emotional interaction, which means 人情味 in Mandarin, and it's about why and how to use, and why I use this term to translate 人情味 into emotional interaction. And the second is about what is emotional interactions. And I believe that people are so interested in emotional interaction is invincible. It's invincible, but it's kind of, we can feel in our daily life. So it's hard to find out what exactly the emotional interaction is. Actually, don't really have the right answers. I only have descriptions. Like I describe the emotional interactions between rag picker and the clerk, and how the rag pickers work during the day, during earlier morning like this, or they work in the alley. I don't really have a right position or right statement to these kind of things. And this is also the reason why I like anthropology. It's like we describe these kind of people and try to show the values about them, values of them. Instead of I judge or I put them into any position, like they are homeless or they are jobless or anything like poverty or these kind of things. I try to make them as a main character in a story. It's like we don't really have this kind of story before. We don't really focus on this kind of people. The spotlight won't shine them. So I know emotional interaction is invincible, and it needs challenge to why you use this term. This is not really good description of the emotion I feel. I so happy to see this kind of comment about my thesis or this kind of study, because it told me that people start thinking how we connect with others, how we interact, or how we know each other. So it's like there are little bit differences between you and me, or I and you. It's like we are kind of us. We are starting to want to know you, or I want to starting know they. It's like my purpose, my purpose of my presentation. Yeah.
Awesome. I think PoYa actually provides a very good segue to what I found a common thread in all of the three presentations is about labeling or stigma or prejudice or preconceptions. And all of the three speakers, they share experience about this. And I wonder, like, what are the thoughts after learning, after listening to each other's descriptions of, for example, like Kate Robinson mentioned, when you have when you label someone, the person will typically live up to that label, and that is also very true to PoYa's research. When you label someone as for example, homeless person, then they might live up to that kind of characteristic. And also, Kate has a lot of struggles with being a label, a founder, and so on. So I wonder, what are the comments regarding a label or prejudice or preconceptions you have after listening to each other's talks?
Can I go? Just going to jump in.
Okay, awesome.
Please.
It's not a problem so much as one thing that I find really interesting in those three experiences, and it links to what we were just saying as well, is that, you know, fundamentally it comes back to that thing of what makes us human, which is that we care, don't we, what other people think of us. You know, we are empathetic creatures, we're collaborative, we live in these communities, and it matters to each of us. You know, how we're seen and how we're perceived. My husband has a phrase he uses all the time, which is perception is reality. You know, that's that idea of and I've said this in every group, I think, but that we don't live in one world, we live in two, and, you know, the physical world around us, but then also the world of our internal world of our feelings and our emotions, and who we are on the inside is shaped by experience of the outside. You know, if you're labeled something from the outside, it really affects how you see yourself. It takes a very rare person to be able to just think, actually, they're wrong, you know, from day one, and to move forward without it. And it's a constant process of, I guess, overwriting that feeling that you want everybody to like you. Kate, I totally agreed with you about, you know, wanting to be friends with everybody on your team. You're constantly trying to work against this feeling of, what do they think of me? What if, you know, but you have to. It's one of the hardest things to achieve, I think, is to really just be confident in who you are as a person. And it comes back to that idea of finding your tribe, of meeting other people who see you the way you see yourself and bring out different sides of you. Yeah, that was kind of my big takeaway from that, is that you know, we are so empathetic as a species, despite our best attempts to not be.
Yeah, I mean, what else can I add? I mean, what she said was true, absolutely. And we tend to, that's what makes us human, you know, and that's what sets us apart from robots, because we're humane in a way. So yeah, it's a forever ongoing lesson, for me, and I guess for everybody. So you will get labeled, and it's one of the easiest way for us to process information, right? So, but then you have to reflect, and you have to find a way to really just in the end become who you are and be the creative one, because no one else can be you, and you can't be anyone else, right?
Yeah.
There's also some comfort in knowing that all the people you inspire, or the people who've come before you, have experienced that. I don't think anybody gets through life without having experienced that in some capacity. And that there's a lot of our, again, despite our attempts to separate ourselves out, there's a lot of shared experiences and shared humanity. That I think you can take comfort in. You know, once you get to a certain point, you realize everybody's got some level of imposter syndrome. Everybody is constantly battling something that you don't know about. It makes you feel everyone's sort of meeting each other in the same place, which is, that's when you start to actually have meaningful connections.
Yeah, and I think like
we're interconnected.
Yeah, exactly.
Kate, she mentioned that labeling is a way it's a easier way to process information, and also label comes along with the industrial mode very often. So I think this also raised the other common thread I see in all these three talks, is the idea of individual or agents versus systems. That whether it's in Kate Robinson's talk, or whether it's in PoYa's talk, you both mentioned that there is a tendency to rely on those institutions to provide, whether it's social services or education and so on, but also that comes along with labels and a lot of unintended consequences, which may be detrimental to independent agents. So I'd like to also know, how do you, coming back to the session topic otherwise, how do you see it's possible to build a more mutually supporting ecosystem or interpersonal relationships that could reduce or alleviate our dependence on so-called institutions or systems? PoYa, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, some audience asked me kind of same thing about how do we educate our kids about, if we want to know more about rag pickers, something like this. We don't really know this kind of role, and now we try to know them how to do this kind of education. And for me, I think the starting point is we are not really believe all the things, all the content from textbook or governmental document. And this is part of it. We should start to experience, like if you are curious about rag picker, you could interview or you could work with them. It's like you experience this kind of things, then you will learn more about their body skills or how they manage all the things about rag picking. As you understand these kind of things, you will feel or you will starting know more about capitalist. So this is kind of learning from your daily life or from the ordinary but extraordinary people. Like textbook is important, but I believe that experience things is also important thing about kids.
Awesome. How about Kate Robinson?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. I would also just add to it that, not all systems are bad, and they're not, I think most systems are designed for good. But they can't, the nature of a mass system is you can't cater to each individual. And so the big thing for me is to be your own agent in that, is to, I know that even from certainly over here, I don't know what it's like in Taiwan, but when I was pregnant, I was just treated like every other woman who was having a baby, and I'm me. I'm a different, it was a different baby, a different body, a different everything, and constantly having to advocate. I know that from when Dad was sick. You constantly have to suddenly become a doctor overnight to sort of, because doctors are doing certainly over here in the UK with the NHS, they're doing the best that they can, but they don't have the time to get to know you, who you are, and your unique circumstances. So you constantly have to fend for yourself within a system, I guess, and then. So it came up actually with the same woman from Sri Lanka in one of the rooms, that how important storytelling is, and sharing your experience. And I think being able to be vulnerable is the best gift that we have, to constantly share and to let your story get out there and to learn from other people and to ask people about their stories. As PoYa was just saying about getting to know people if you're curious about it, and being that lifeline for people. So, paving the way to, for people who come behind who are maybe quieter or more shy, or just a lot less comfortable being vulnerable, which it's a really difficult thing, to be vulnerable, but being that voice of humanity within a system, and then just fending for yourself, recognizing that no one has the capacity to care for you the way that you can, in the same way you can't care for everybody else on earth. You are entirely responsible for your life.
Since we only have 3 minutes left, I invite all of our speakers to take a look at the questions for the panel, and maybe pick one or two or combine them and give a short response to our audiences. And anyone can start first. Anyone can go ahead if you like, when you're ready.
Well, I only have time for the top two, but I can go first. I think being able to, if you want to help kids know what they're going to do in the future, how to have kids, help your kids to have faith in life. First of all, I think the most important thing is to be the role model. So you have to be the kind of parent who has faith in life. who is exploring constantly about what your passions are, so that your kids, because kids learn by seeing, right? So baby see, baby do. They basically, you have to be their role models, and they will look up to you. And that's I think it's the most important thing, that as a parent or as a adult around our children, that's what we can do. Yeah.
Who would like to go next?
I'll take the bottom one, about the legacy of SKR, and particularly in the UK, and man, is the UK system a difficult nut to crack. I suppose I'll make it more universal. The importance of, it's what I said about paid internships. The importance of having provisions that are free, rather than Summerhill is an incredible school, and this came up. I spoke at one of their panels a couple of months ago, and it came up in that conversation. How can you create what you do for people who don't have the means to afford to send their kids to Summerhill? And it comes back to, again, kind of, Kate, what you were just saying there about baby see, baby do. It comes back to being the change, I said this in one of the other groups, but, if you're a teacher, you are the system. And so if you change what you're doing for the kids in your class, you are changing the education system for them. And if enough people within the system begin to change what they're doing, and enough people outside the system put pressure on the system, that's how the system cracks. It's about really being the change that you wish to see in a situation. Because if you can change one kid's life, you're doing better than most people are doing. If you can, and we know the impact of mentors on people and the roles that they have. So if you can do that, you've changed the system.
Awesome. PoYa, do you have anything to add?
I can't agree more about to yeah, they got a great conclusion, I believe.
Awesome. So thank you all for this fascinating session. Not only the insights from the 3 speakers, but also this co-creation full of tech issues. But despite of all those hardships, we still made it here. Yay. So I would like to invite you all to give yourself a good big hand, and thank you all for joining. Someone dropped a heart on my on my slide. I hope that's with good intentions. So this session is SELFation, Agape with self-compassion. And the purpose of this session is that we want to explore how can we avoid burning ourselves while promoting innovation and change and contributing to society, and how can we take care of our physical, mental, and spiritual health as we do for others as in society, which is a very critical issue to change makers in all kinds of sectors, because so many times that we self-sacrifice for the sake of the society, but if we are not sustainable ourselves, we cannot continue to do the expected change we want to happen. And we have this great privilege and honor to have Christopher Day as our representative of a Western expert perspective. He's from Germany. So he is an international change management consultant, educator, and integral development coach. He has worked as a deputy chief human resources for the United Nations mission in the South Sudan, knowledge management expert for the United Nations headquarters in New York. Sorry, if you are Taiwanese, you know that this is the garbage truck coming. It couldn't be helped. And he was also the strategy consultant for the Afghanistan High Peace Council in Kabul. Christopher holds a master's degree in consulting and coaching for change. As a senior research associate at the London Schools of Economics Complexity Group, he co-edited a handbook on complexity science research methods in 2018. Christopher is a certified peace and conflict consultant and has just completed his professional integral development coaching program. He holds a Taiwan Code Card and supports organizations and individuals in complex transformation processes. He's also a visiting lecturer in Taiwan and a member of Crossroads Taiwan. So we invited Christopher to explore some of these following questions, but not limited, of course. as I just mentioned, he worked in Afghanistan. How did he keep his sanity in such a place with so much conflict? And from his experience, how can we reconceive what is the nature of the challenges we face as change makers? And as a change maker, how could Christopher's experience and expertise help us deal with complexity and unpredictability? So without further ado, let's welcome Christopher.
Well, thank you so very much for this warm introduction. I'm very happy to be here, and let me just share my screen with you so that you have access to my very few slides. Here we go. I hope you can see this. Right. Okay, wonderful. So again, thank you very, very much. I'm very pleased to speak to you today and to share some of my thoughts and experiences of the inner dynamics of leaders as you find yourself in the midst of complex change yourself. You are involved in leading Taiwan's strategy for progressive education to success in various forms and roles, and given its bold vision, I can imagine that you have various and even divergent ideas how you can implement such strategy so that it lasts and has sustainable positive impact. I can also imagine that you have encountered unexpected challenges along the way. You may have experienced, for example, that some actions or decisions of yours take a somewhat different course and lead to unexpected outcomes, as it is as if your decision maybe somehow escapes your intention and instead enters a complex network of influence that turns your action into something completely different and maybe even contrary to your own original intention. I think it's also fair to say that enormous pressure is on your shoulders, as establishing such strategy comes with huge political, economic, and social risks, which I'm sure you are trying to mitigate, possibly by establishing monitoring and evaluation measures, success criteria, and plans cascading from the center to the region. However, despite their usefulness, there is a danger that if you move more and more into abstract plans and quantitative models and numbers crunching, basically the way how you present the complex realities on the ground and try to make sense of it and communicate about it, that you may come to this paradoxical point where you hardly live in the real world itself. How often have you experienced a moment of silent admission that you read a plan or a report that has very little to do with reality? It might be fair to say that often we don't own the result of our interventions, as the outcome depends on multiple enabling factors outside our sphere of influence. What we do own, however, are our intentions, our underlying values and principles, our sincere commitments, and our attitudes towards bringing about positive change. And these are all aspects of our interior conditions as change leaders. Adler mentioned this earlier. I'd like to share some insights with you that I gathered from one particular complex change initiative that I was part of during my field work as a strategy advisor in Afghanistan a few years ago. And the following is a personal account of what I've observed as being fairly new to the complexity of field work in a post-Civil War environment, and that I have learned over the years revisiting these experiences. Very briefly, my partner organization at the time was called Afghan Civil Society Network Organization, a very long name, so I call it ACSFO for short. And with its headquarters in Kabul and offices in 4 provinces across the country, ACSFO had been the largest civil society network organization in Afghanistan, with more than 400 partner organizations and 40 permanent staff members. Annual budget around $5 million US. So it had become kind of the most successful organization for international aid organizations. So however, due to its rapid growth, lack of keeping up with the political, social, and economic changes, inconsistent management, ACSFO has lost its direction. Over the time when I entered the organization, the most important international donor was so dissatisfied with the Afghan counterpart that they threatened to seize the funding unless ACSFO undergoes significant changes. This represented an existential threat that would no longer allow ACSFO to keep up with its staff, infrastructure, and support systems in place. So there was enormous pressure to act. And yet, the implementation of those important changes turned out to be very, very hard. One thing I noticed was that on one hand, many colleagues and stakeholders had a somewhat clear idea of what needed to be done. But on the other hand, there was no congruent collective understanding how to go about implementing those ideas. It was in the following months during which we did all the things that a rational project manager would do. We did stakeholder interviews, we did the assessments of internal structures and process and capacities and resources, we reviewed previous initiatives, numerous workshops, staff engagement, you name it. My primary goal at the time was to ensure that instead of a prescribed change process from the outside, to kind of foster ownership so that it comes from within. So after 1 year, lots of iterations, successes, and multiple struggles, we did finally secure the funding, which came as a huge relief for everyone. However, what was most striking for me was to get a deeper understanding of some of the factors that inhibited linear planning and traditional project management. Instead, I got a real introduction to the psychological and emotional reactions towards change. And I could see contradictory motives and defensive routines show up that added to the already highly stressful, unstable, and dangerous context of post-Civil War Afghanistan. I sensed an enormous need for security on one hand, and a very strong defensive against any potential trigger of anxiety or of losing control. Looking back, I noticed this paradoxical behavior shown in almost everybody's colleagues, the need for security on one hand, in the light of the necessity for change on the other. So over the course of this process, I observed a number of underlying invisible dynamics that I would like to share with you, which I believe significantly influenced the whole process of change. First, I needed to take into account that 40 years of war and emotional violence really have left a deep imprint on each and everyone's soul. In the dominantly male-driven culture, the lack of literacy to express emotions, aspirations, doubts, or anxiety was quite limited, or quite strong, actually. The lack was quite strong, and often considered to be a weakness, a sign of weakness, or wishy-washy oversensitivity if you were ever to raise it. So if at all, those feelings would possibly be shared among family members, but certainly not among colleagues. Secondly, the organization that has been financially dependent from international donors for a long, long time. And in fact, actually, it's the entire civil society landscape in Afghanistan at the time. These donors came in and they left, and they often dictated conditions or interventions in ways that fitted more their own constituents or the taxpayers' money that was really needed on the ground. Building on the above mentioned experience of command and conquer by external power holders, it has contributed to a feeling of hopelessness, existential tiredness, and pessimistic, almost passive fatalism. As a consequence, colleagues detached themselves from the organization, let alone from any change initiative. They withdrew, they gave away their ownership and their accountability just to focus on the survival and just the well-being of themselves and their family. Thirdly, Having lived in such harsh environment and having experienced the at times gruesome consequences when authority was openly challenged, think of public opposition to the Taliban, for example, my colleagues over time have taken on the tendency to refer to deference, that is to yield or submit to the wishes, judgments, or decisions of other higher authorities. Not because they necessarily agreed with that decision, and in fact, quite often they would express their disdain and opposition to me in more private settings, but for mere survival and for taking the route of the least resistance. Furthermore, many staff members and managers, for them, the job was more or less a means for income and to ensure survival for families. But it was not a place for self-expression, for personal growth, or some other higher goal. This was, for example, reflected in the very, very high staff turnover, people leaving for better paid job. Everyone was on their own, it seemed. So last but not least, the readiness to express inner thoughts, motivations, doubts, deeper values, or engage in open discussions around reflecting on the basic assumptions of change and progress was a very delicate process, as it could stir up trauma, sense of loss, and old grief and other emotional turmoil, adding to the prevailing fear and label of being weak, particularly in teams which were composed of different or former adversarial ethnic groups. I was so struck by the enormous palpable need for understanding, unburdening, healing, and reconciliation among them, but to the outside eye, nobody was needing or wanting it. Luckily, I stayed with the organization for a long time. I was able to understand some of these dynamics more deeply. And I noticed it wasn't ill will. It was not incompetence. It wasn't necessarily a lacking of anything. But these were just human beings that had grappled with these massive and existential disruptions throughout their entire life. So I realized that the only way to make progress was to find ways to work with these conditions and dynamics, which often involve spending significant times with both enablers and spoilers of change, to provide them with a safe space to share and learn about their grievances, or at least have them connect with their grievances in different ways, and to give way for new ideas to enter the mind. The success criteria at the end of my time was that we build cooperative trust so that we could slowly come to a good enough agreement how to move forward and to arrive at the result that was just good enough to convince the donor. It wasn't a picture perfect ending, but it was just good enough. So let me return to you as change leaders and give some recommendations how you can engage with your complex endeavor in enabling ways. My first recommendation is to appreciate and embrace the nature of complexity itself. This might sound obvious, but transforming children and young adults into aware, informed, or capable citizens is a complex endeavor, involving parents, schools, and communities to enable the shift towards holistic teaching is a complex endeavor. In light of that, it is essential to make the distinction between complicated and complex, or between a complicated system and complex system, because it has implications in the way how we engage and feel about contributing to the larger whole. It is because quite often we assume that we grasp the nature of a thing as being complex, but the fact of the matter is that we then address that thing as if it was complicated. So, very briefly, what's the difference between complicated and complex? Well, for a complicated system, think of an airplane, for example. It consists of many parts which are connected into many other parts in a closed fashion, each having a very unique, specific, and important role to play and contribution to make to the overall functioning of the entire plane. but their roles, their relationship to the other parts do not change. They are fixed. The contribution to the overall do not change their nature. There will never be a passenger seat that will decide on its own to become a wing engine, just to make a silly example. And if something breaks on that plane, you can analyze the problem, you can identify and locate the problem, you can disassemble the part, you can fix it, you put it back together, test it, and see if it works. And if it does work, you solve the problem. A complex system can be described as an open system that still consists of many parts, like a complicated system. However, the relationships among these parts are now changing, as these parts have the ability to self-organize, make decisions on their own, and respond to one another within their given capacities and understanding of their context. Thus, they create feedback loops, they influence each other's and other parts, and thus give rise to unpredictable behavior on the larger whole, which causes the system to evolve, change course, and take on new characteristics. I would say that this is a much more realistic description of what you are experiencing on the ground as change leaders. You yourself consist of many different parts or actors, ranging from policy makers to school teachers or parents. You all have different viewpoints and rules. You set your own agendas. You work in different spheres of influence. You work in different teams that work on different levels and scales and issues at different times. And then countless decisions are constantly being made at the local level or at somewhere in Taipei or somewhere in between. So I'm certain that you can quite well relate to this description of being or working in complexity. But the key issue is that this shared understanding does not always translate into the necessary shift in the ways how you relate to complexity. That is adjusting your management, leadership, and collaborative styles. As long as change agents implicitly believe or hope they're dealing with a complicated system, they assume that they can control each part and each outcome. They spend a lot of money on expert consultants, data analysis, dashboards, and progress reports, hoping to find the one magic solution and to have a sense of control. I'm not saying isn't useful, but only to some extent. We have to accept that ultimately we cannot control or manage complexity. So, how much of these implications stress you out or trigger some habitual pattern that you want to intervene or to take charge or get a sense of control? All I can say is that this tension of not being able to do so is very challenging from my own experience. Cultivating the ability to successfully navigate in complexity requires reflection, learning, practice, and supporting conditions. As the case may be, complexity can cause enormous distress and anxiety, and if someone tries to tame it, it can cause unintended consequences for others. For example, when you suddenly find yourself squashed between a very rigid performance framework and control mechanisms, while on the other hand, you are tasked to engage and deliver in a space with very limited influence. So maybe what we could do is a little experiment. For my next points, I invite you to gently observe how my comments make you feel. Do you notice welcome or immediate rejection or objection? Can you allow my thoughts to simmer just a little bit, or do you feel judgment come up? Whatever it is, I invite you to observe and simply take note of what is happening as you listen. The reason for that is that your internal response can give you a first glimpse and insight into how it feels for you to engage with the consequences of complexity. and how your mindset might be conditioned or programmed to reject those ideas and applications in the very first place. So I am proposing a distributed leadership and management model that allows to be more responsive to the local initiatives and insights occurring at smart scales, such as schools, such as parents gathering, simply to allow for different views and dissenting voices to be picked up and enter the sphere of innovation, development, and decision-making. The underlying common denominator of this interdependent collaborative approach is based on shared values and principles on open communication and distributed decision-making, which in return empowers others and ensures that different contributors can join and enter the game, including injecting the enthusiasm and commitment into it. That alone can help some of you or your colleagues to shift from being a compliant receiver of managerial orders into active creators and innovators. I'm very sure every one of you has something extraordinary to contribute. So I invite you to allow that to come forward. So I recognize that you are likely to find yourself confronted with very opposing stakeholders' positions that potentially stand in stark contrast to your own position or your department's view or the region that you represent. Hence, it is vital to work towards a shared understanding about the challenge and to arrive at the shared commitment to possible solutions. However, shared understanding does not mean that you agree on the problem or decision, although that's a good thing when it happens. Shared understanding means that you and your stakeholders understand each other's positions well enough to have intelligent dialogue about the different interpretations of the problem and to exercise collective intelligence about how to solve it. This is to recognize that implementing a complex project such as yours is fundamentally a social process of relating. Having a few brilliant people or big data or a high-level plan or the latest project management tools is just not enough. With all these complex dimensions at play, it is evident that those are forces that can really fragment any project. It is important to recognize that these forces are not due to incompetence, poor management, or individual or collective failure. They are part of the physics of complexity. There are no quick fixes, no glib formula, no top 10 magic steps to master the transformation of an entire education system. So, speaking about the interior condition as change leader, we often greet fragmentation with resignation, with denial, or grim focus. In my own experience and facilitating many change processes, I've met this condition in teams, organizations, many times. I've seen it manifest in different forms, from outright panic, sometimes blindsided determination, sometimes with a vague sense of futility. For most, I have observed all of those manifestations occur in myself as well. I find it interesting that we somehow take these painful conditions for granted. We almost expect change process to be hard, and so we hunker down, we build up walls, we get our defenses ready, or just simply disconnect and wait for the wave to wash over us. But once we can understand that the fragmentation stems from the nature of complexity itself, you can allow huge compassion, mutual understanding, appreciation, new forms of collaboration emerge for what you are all up against when you go to work, for what you do accomplish, and the courage that it takes. A whole new perspective of you, your work, your skillfulness, your patience and abilities and potentials just opens up. However, The experience of fragmentation runs deep. And there's one particular expression of fragmentation, and that is blame. Blame. Instead of appreciating the complex nature and the value of social diversity and collaboration, we tend to only see a big mess. We only see it as a result of incompetence, and we blame each other for it. We blame upper management for sending mixed signals. We blame HR for poor hiring practices. We blame the bean counters in the accounting department for overtight budgets. We blame IT. We blame parents for nagging, and ultimately we blame the children for not immediately turning into the leaders of tomorrow we wish them to become. Foremost, we blame each other. I'm sure you can recall many conversations you have had in your organization which involve placing blame onto somebody. So, in times of stress, the natural human tendency is to find fault with someone else. We tend to take the problem personally and assume that the chaos we see is a result of incompetence, insincere leadership. Since our education and experience has not prepared us to embrace and navigate complex problems, such issues sneak up on us and create anxiety, frustration, withdrawal, and so forth. Without understanding the cause and engaging in collective discovery and learning, the tendency for finger pointing remains and will add to fragmentation. And the most obvious reaction to finger pointing is that we hold emergency meetings, we fire the consultants, or we rearrange the org charts. All this isn't really effective, but it's a somewhat socially accepted response to complexity and fragmentation, which doesn't address the issue at hand. So, as I'm coming to an end of my presentation, my last recommendation is to really begin to understand that the success of a huge endeavor such as yours really starts from your interior condition and the capacity to embrace the messiness of complexity. That is, to resist the urge to try and tame it, and instead nourish the relationships among your peers to foster feedback, foster contribution, and allow innovation to take hold on the local level. In other words, to accept, to include and work with the underlying multiple social dimensions, and to trust in distributed intelligence. One supporting factor for that is to co-create an enabling environment, which facilitates self-organization and the exploration of new possibilities. This helps, for example, to avoid taking premature decisions that might take you into a wrong direction. Another aspect of an enabling environment is to being more receptive to positive and negative feedback processes. Strategic decisions, particularly for that reason, are more likely to be taken with more consideration for the wider environment in underlying dimensions. There's so much more to say. And by the way, I'm planning to write a series of blog posts that explore the different parts on complexity and an enabling environment further. But for now, one key point of such environment is how it supports you as change leaders to think about the problems around you, to alter your perception and perspectives, and to discover new possibilities of thinking and reaction. For sure, change and the process of letting go and embracing uncertainty causes distress and anxieties, as I know for myself quite well. As you as change leaders share your ideas and strategies, you will also be confronted with your own personal emotions arising from being stretched in your assumptions, your need for stability, continuity, and control. In such a stage, I believe it is of extreme value if you can find ways to express your insecurities to someone so that they don't turn into a tunnel vision or envy or destructiveness or into adopting behavior like clinging to outdated practices. An enabling environment is therefore essential for holding those tensions. It creates a space where both negative feelings, anxieties, and innovative ideas can be voiced. Mutual support and understanding can both confirm as well as reshape your deeply held beliefs, particularly around facing uncertainty and ambiguity. It contributes to the creation of rituals that embody and strengthen your new shared values. And it is through these processes of sharing, exploring, collaborating, and responsibility taking that an ethos of collaboration, learning, and creativity can flourish. And you, as change leaders, become increasingly familiar with the challenges and the huge reward that working in complexity entails. So that's my bit. If I may, for those who wish to learn more about complexity or navigating complex changes or capacity building around that enabling environment, please look for my upcoming blog posts on my website, or you can get in touch with me directly, and that's my QR code with my details. And I want to thank you very much for your attention. Unfortunately, I couldn't see any of you. I hope you didn't fall asleep. And I will see you in the breakout group. Thank you so very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Christopher. I think many of the key points are really great gateway segues to our next speakers. And as Chris also expressed 委婉的表达了, well, that's indirectly. I mean, I would invite you all to turn on your camera if you wouldn't mind, so the speakers can feel that they're also interacting with real persons instead of robots. So that's just a kind reminder. And also, I noticed that, so somebody, Chris, can you see the text chat box? Someone said,
yeah, let me have a look.
Yeah, that was awesome. I cannot sleep. Thank you so much. Yeah, so that was indeed, I believe it was very awesome to all of the audience.
Thank you.
All right, so just a side note before we continue, we've mentioned in the previous section and also in the chat box that we invite you to utilize the workbook so you can take notes when you listen to the talks. So I would like to continue to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Alice Lee. Alice Lee. Oh. So seems like Alice already started her screen share. So I actually prepared an introduction to her, but I'll just introduce her. So she will be presenting a citizen's perspective. She's from Taiwan. She's a coordinator at International Medical Services, and through our open mic challenge, we found her a break practitioner embodying the notion that affliction is Bodhi, or in Chinese, Mandarin Chinese, 烦恼即菩提. And in her talk, she will share with us her journey to confront, then eventually embrace the personal yet universal fear or anxiety of the aging and death, which, of course, you can see a lot of relationships with our previous talk. So let's welcome Alice Lee. Alice, are you with us? I saw you, but you are gone.
Just wait. Yes, can you see it? How was it now?
Okay.
How was it?
Yeah, you can see it now. We can't hear you now. You're frozen.
Okay.
Are you going to
So,
click on
everyone?
hi?
I think really good. Now,
Alice, your sound
how
is
was
not
it?
clear.
How was it? Oh, shit.
Your signal may not be steady. Okay. Maybe let's give her some more minutes.
Or if Alice is still trying to use her reconnect, how about Kageki? Are you around? Would you like to
I'm
start?
back.
Oh, you're back. Okay, you're back.
Sorry. So just let me try it once. Yeah. Sorry about that. How was it?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay.
We
yeah.
can see it now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's presenting.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, let me get started. Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Alice, and it's my honor to be here to share my presentation with you. And the topic I want to talk about is new code for aging and death. So these ideas comes from when I look after my elderly parents. So as you can see, okay, just give me one minute. Oh. Okay, so as you can see, this is my as you
All right, so it seems like the technical issue on Alice's side is pretty unstable. So Kageki, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Can we have you first so we can have some time for Alice to change her internet?
Okay.
Okay, so let me, while Kageki is setting up, let me introduce him as well. So here, let me share. Okay, so Kageki, sorry, Kageki is from Japan, but not from Germany. But I guess he also loves loves Germany because a lot of sociological classics are from Germany. So Asakura Kageki is a sociologist, educator, and a leading figure in the research of democratic education, school non-attendance, and hikikomori. His book, Ethnographic of School Non-Attendance, was referred by the Japanese academia as the first comprehensive research on the country's democratic education and non-enrollment. In 1999, he founded Texan Democratic University, formerly called Shure University, with graduates of democratic schools and other young adults, which is considered one of the world's first universities that run upon democratic education values and practices. Since then, he has been one of the main supporters of democratic universities initiation in several countries, such as Spain and Poland. In 2020, TDU, which is Dixon Democratic University, partnered with the Japan's Worker Cooperative Union to found the Japan Democratic Education and Working Institute, which Kageki serves as its director. In addition to being one of the most active leaders in international democratic education conferences and community, or IDEC, for more than 20 years, he has also been frequently invited as a speaker and advisor at occasions such as the World Forum for Democracy, public hearings on alternative education in Korea, and the Russian Innovative Education Forum. He is also a leading scholar in promoting and practicing selfology, a study about the self and by the self. So we invited Kageki to explore these questions with us. So we see that our education system requires us to study the world for 12 or 16 years if you consider college together. But why isn't there any part of education dedicated to studying the self? And through his talk, we also would like to know how might selfology, or the study of self, become an empowering educational experience. So let us welcome Kageki. Kageki, you're muted.
Right. So thank you very much, Adra, introducing me to audience tonight, or participants tonight. And I'm very glad to join you. So,
do you have slides to share?
Yeah, just a moment. Yep. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Oops. Yeah. So tonight I want to share about selfology. So what is selfology? It's the title of my speech. This is just a brief scenario introduction of my university, TDU, Dixon University. So selfology is a very important study at Dixon University. So what is selfology? So there are some very short answers. One of them is study about the self. Maybe we can say ethnography about the self. So another answer may be the study of the self by the self for the self, and that the others. So selfology is quite a new study, the ways of studies. Why we need selfology? In Japanese society, there are so many difficulties in our lives, not only in Japan. And one of the difficulties is that difficulty of recognition of the self. So it's really difficult for many people to know who I am. So, but this question is very important to live in this very complicated society. So to know who I am is very, very important to think, how do I live? So we think it's very important to do selfology. Excuse me. So the people are afraid of the darkness because they cannot see anything. So people got anxiety. And to know who I am, where I am, enables the person to understand the person's situation. So this is a kind of light. So the person can start to think how the person wants to live. So we also think the personal is social. So as an individual of the democratic society, it's very important for us to do selfology, to respect the self. It's not so easy thing to do. And if we can do to respect the self, so this brings the person to respect the others. So the selfology is very important, not only for the person, but also the people surrounding. There are many characteristics of the selfology. So usually for academic writings, subtext I or we is forbidden, but in selfology, we can use these because the object me is connected with the subject I as the self, as myself. So the sense of concerning to the issue is very deeply, not at the third party. This sense is a little bit difficult to translate into English. We say tojishase in Japanese. I wrote in Chinese. Perhaps for many Taiwanese people, you can understand the meaning or implication of the word. So the issue is my issue, not the object. So selfology doesn't matter the first contributor or not. Existing academic studies, first contributor or not, that is important, but selfology doesn't matter. And existing academic studies are for the society. And selfology is primarily for the researcher's life, then society. Like artworks, we think. While society becomes huger and huger in this globalization era, through selfology, individuals can be more likely themselves. So this is the scenario of the session of selfology. So we have a weekly class of selfology. So the way of doing things is something like open dialogue. Are you familiar with the idea of open dialogue? I'm not sure in a Taiwanese society. In Japan, open dialogue is becoming more popular. So in the session of selfology class, the presenter makes a report. So it's not, it is okay, the reporter to report anything concerning to the person's study. So someone will report about the idea of selfology. It's not studied yet. It's just the idea. Or maybe another person will make a report about ongoing research about the selfology. Maybe the other person makes a presentation of the complete study of selfology. So in any shape, in any stage, the presenter can make a presentation, and the participants, the other participants, can ask anything or make a comment from his or her own experience. So change ideas. So respond to each other as the person. So this process is very important. And every year, we publish annuals of Selfology. So until now, we have issued 17 volumes. So the this is the newest one. And usually 5-6 people write essays, paper of Selfology. So we also have a Selfology public event. Late autumn. So each presenter make a presentation of about his or her Selfology study, and then we have an open conversation with the audience. And at that time, we invite philosopher. He is one of the advisors of TDU, Texas University. And we open this conversation with the audience. So the audience can ask anything or, So these are examples of the Selfology studies. The first one, a pyramid of inferiority complex. Have I absorbed the value of credential society? So this student already he is a graduate, and he studied about his experience of inferiority complex of credential society. Like Taiwanese society, Japanese society, is a very much credential society. So people have a very strong, inferiority complex. Inferiority complex or opposite, superiority complex sort of things about the name of the university. And he was born in the teacher's family. So both of his parents are teachers. And when he was a primary school student, junior high school student, he thought the name of the university means nothing about the person. So he was kind of free from such a credential society situation. But at the age of 20 or something, so he absorbed the value of credential society. So he investigated what happened, how he absorbed the value of credential society. Through the process, actually, he experienced school non-attendance. It's a very huge issue in Japanese society. And so from his experience, he investigated, analyzed what happened. So after this study, so he found out Japanese credential society can be called the pyramid of inferiority complex. And then now he feels, how to say, very fine. He can he feels he is free from the values of credential society. The second one, the difficulty of being the self in my family. So the author, the researcher of this study is a woman, who had a disorder of eating habit. It was a very severe one. When she was 16 or 17, she became very thin. So just 30 kilogram or something like that, her weight. And a medical doctor said she must be hospitalized. Like that, she had a very hard time. So she analyzed, she investigated what happened on her. And the center issue of her difficulty is this, she thought, the difficulty of being safe in my family. She really loves her parents, especially mother. Her mother is very kind. She dedicated herself to caring the author because she loves her mother, and she understands how her mother loves her. So, but this is very tricky because she respects her mother. How to say, this conflict becomes very complicated. Even though daughter and the mother are very, how to say, carrying each other a very good way, maybe the, how to say, values are not always be the same. So what the mother suggested is not good for her daughter, but the daughter tries to understand the mother, the values of mother. She tries to respect, and she, how to say, start to yeah, so she makes priority on mother's choice. But this process is so complicated, so she couldn't understand what happened, but she figured out through the study. So this study it's so important for her. So now her situation becomes much better, and now she got married, and now she becomes a mother. The third one, how I could get out from a solitary, more or less. So the title is a little bit funny. The title is not so strong. How I could get out from solitary, not like that. So the author thinks, he stayed at home for more than 10 years, longer than 10 years, without going out from the house, so-called hikikomori. So at that time, so he was so isolated, and he's so how to say, he was a very hard time. He had a very hard time at that time. And after that, he joined this university, and he had many activities with friends, but still at the beginning, he often feel very lonely. And so gradually, he thinks he could get out from solitary, but the process is not so simple. And still, at the time when he wrote this study, he had some other difficulties connected with the solitary. So this study makes him to do something with the other people easier. So like that, these are some more, two more examples why I always feel myself impudent. Though the last one, though I never want people to know I'm communication disorder, I eager to make friends as myself. I also want the the opposite. The last one is very complicated, and the title is very long. Komusho is a very funny Japanese word. It means communication disorder, but how to say, it's not the medical word. It's a kind of, it's not disease actually, but if someone feels the person has difficulty of communication with others, sometimes they name the situation as communication disorder. Especially young generations, teenagers, or the people in their 20s use this word. This person also experienced hikikomori, staying at home without going out for some years. And she wants to have a relationship with others, but sometimes she doesn't want to have a communication with other people, and she wants the other people know herself, but sometimes opposite. So she tries to this contradicting situation. So these are the titles. It's a pity I cannot share the content of these self-ology studies, but I can say through the titles, through these studies, 5 of these people have a, how to say, better life now. So, and not only that, there are many readers of these self-ology studies. So some of them were so moved, and they say, "Thank you for your study. I can spend my life easier than before," like that. So self-ology is very important for the researcher, for herself, for himself, but not only that, but also the readers. It has a big meaning too. Maybe it's time. So I finished my presentation. Thank you for listening.
どうぞありがとうございました。Thank you so much, Kageki. And let's see if Alice is back. I think it was very challenging for Kageki to share the self-ology studies by his students, because there are so many cultural specific contexts that are not really translatable to English. So I do see the struggle there. And if we can talk more, I believe in the World Cup phase, we can have more in-depth discussions. And I think although it's hard to translate in English, but maybe it might be easier to translate into Chinese, because we have similar, Taiwanese culture is more similar to Japan, as in contrast to Anglo-Saxons or English cultures. All right, so is Alice back? Alice, are you back?
She's still in the Zoom, and she's going to try to present her slide. Yeah, but if it still doesn't work out, maybe we'll have to proceed to breakout rooms of activities.
All right. So while we are waiting, I encourage all groups to go to your workbooks and start to list some questions or critiques or sharings that you would like to discuss with the speakers. So for each speaker, you will have around 10 minutes to 15 minutes, depending when Alice ends her talk. So I encourage you to start writing down your questions, critiques, and sharings. It should be on task 5. So that is before the World Cup phase. Revise your focus topics. So based on what you've listened so far from Christopher and Kageki, you can write down those questions and, as I mentioned, those comments. Oh, you're back?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, would you like to start, Alice? Alice, would you like to try turning off your video so it doesn't take so much of bandwidth?
We'll start with our video to see my folder.
All right. Yeah. So would you like to continue?
Can you hear me?
Give her a thumbs up so she knows we hear her.
Okay.
All right, Alice, we can hear you.
Okay, great. How was my screen?
We can see it.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna start it. Yeah, sorry for the technical issue. Yeah. Okay. So hello everyone. I'm Alice. So it's my honor to be here to share my presentation with you. So the topic I want to talk about is new code for aging and death. So the ideas comes from when I look after my elderly parents. So as I just mentioned before, yeah. So okay, I briefly talk about my mom already, and then my dad, and they influence. I think I want to mention them is because they influence the way I see aging and death, and inspire me to explore life and what does a good death mean. Okay. So when I look after my elderly parents, I notice like there are a lot of fear-based notion and stigma about aging around me. For example, my sister would say, what if I become like mom when I'm getting old? And it's so terrible, I'm already 50. And this kind of notion is also perpetuate into next generation. So like my sister will tell my niece, getting old is really terrible things. You had better keep yourself as young as possible. So I found when it comes to death, when my auntie was in the intensive care unit for probably 1 or 2 years at the end of her life. So none of my family want to die in this way. My sisters and my mom both say, please just let me die if I become that ill. So I found aging and death seems like something is totally doomed. We are so afraid of it, but we barely talk about how we're gonna have a good life till the end either. Instead, we spend more time on how to keep young and control our body. So you might ask me, aren't you afraid of getting old or get sick? So for the short answer, I would say yes, I'm afraid. Actually, I'm afraid a lot of things you may not be thinking of, but from my experience, from my experience looking after my parents, I learned like disease like Parkinson and the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, like the lung disease I mentioned before, are not curable and irreversible. So patients need to live with it. What you can do is don't let yourself deteriorate too quickly. So this all leads me to believe aging and death is a natural process of human being, as many researchers and biologists have showed. So like Dr. Ken Hillman, he's a professor of intensive care at the University of New South Wales. So he put this in an honest way in his book, A Good Life Till the End. So he said, despite all these specialties and all the drug and all the marvelous things we can do in medicine, age-related fragility is not curable. So where are we gonna go from here? If you believe as I do, the question will becomes, how are we going to have a good life till the end? So I wonder, instead of being daunted, how we can make ourselves be more comfortable and honest about aging and dying. So I used to prepare myself to have a good end of life by buying the insurance, and I signed the advance directive as well. But I found that doesn't really get me ready for aging and death. I found we can prolong our life, but if our mind is still full of worry and fear, then we're still not gonna have a good life to the end. So I'm the one to arrange my parents' medicine on a weekly basis. So when I give the medicine for my mom and my dad, one question often strikes me that they take so many medicine to sustain their lives, but are they live happily? From my parents, the answer I would say most of the time they didn't look happy to me. I found we often so afraid of death, but we didn't live happy either. So I wonder if we are not happy with our life for the most of the time, then why we take so much resources from the society and the planet to live longer. So Barbara Ehrenreich, she is a social activist with a PhD on sociobiology. She has criticized our society fixating on the latest diet for healthier living and capture our modern dilemma sharply in her book. As you can see on my slides, she said you are spending so much time prolonging your life or trying to prolong it that you don't have much time to live it. So when I see the contradiction from my parents, I see these contradictions in myself too. So I learned like actually practice my mind and my inner strength is more important. It's more, sorry, I want to go next slide. Oh, okay, no, okay. I start to see, I learned like actually practice my mind and my inner strength is more important for a good life to the end. So I start to see aging and death is a way to help myself grow wisdom and compassion. More ages I gain, more wisdom and compassion I accumulate. So the care experience also makes me to reflect on our relationship with our body. And I found that this influences the way we see aging and death as well. So very often the obvious things aren't all that obvious until you think about them. So my mom has Parkinson, so her leg or her arm will shake uncontrollably. So I often see her being angry with her body, being frustrated, like she wants to control it, but she can't. That's really frustrating. And I used to think we can control our body. We should be able to control our body. But I start to wonder, can we really control our body? To how much extent we can control our body? And as you can see on the slide, this is one time I accompany my mom to walk on the slope to our house. So sometimes she will freeze just in the middle of the road because her illness. So she can't move and she became angry with her body. So one thing I learned from yoga is say good words to your body and put your intention on the body you want to work on. So communicate with patience, but also respect it. Also respect your body's limitation and accept what your body can offer. So at that time, I encourage her to take a breath and rest a bit and then say, okay, let's just start over again. So I told her, let's put your intention on your leg and think, okay, now we are going to lift my leg to work forward. And your mind have to be very focused. So we did it step by step, take a rest and then walk a few steps. And finally, she climbed to that slope eventually, covered in sweat. So I was so happy and proud of her because I think she showed courage and persistence, even is hard. And I think that's really such an achievement for her. So I used to control my weight and want to keep it like the standards we see on the mainstream rather than respect what my body it is. But the information and also a lot of information we get so often is telling you you are not enough, you need more healthier supplement to keep yourself young and healthy, and going some unnecessary preventive exams to preventing yourself from dying. Here, I'm not denying like some procedures and the screening tests can save lives. But what I notice is when I work against my body, not really listen and respect my body. This kind of controlling mindset made myself live more like a machine rather than a natural human beings. And my mom's illness and many researchers has shown that we can't control our body. We can influence it, but we can't control it. So I learned it's better you work with your body rather than work against it. So when I recalibrate my relationship with my body, I respect and accept my body as the way it is, I found I'm more come to terms with aging and death. So it definitely didn't happen overnight, but when I looking back, I found my new understanding about aging and death changes the way I interact with my parents. So our relationship used to be quite tense, but I found when I'm kinder to myself, with more self-acceptance to my body and focus on working on my inner strengths, I grow the capability to be kinder to others. So tension between me and my parents began to ease. I noticed I can more accept the chaos that bring from aging. So for example, clean my mom's urine and stew. I used to see it kind of dirty and very unpleasant work. And I will say it's pleasant to me now, but I found I can do it in a more calm and comfortable way. And then also like when we have a meal together, because she can't control her hands well, so sometimes it's easily to get very messy when we eat on the same table. Yeah. So I used to don't like that much eating with her in the same table, but now I more learn how to live with it. I mean, I can see it's part of our life, just clean it up. And now my dad and me even can laugh at it or make a fun of it. And the second one I found is I grow more patience. So when she can't speak well because of her illness, I can be more patient and ask her to say again. And the third one I found is I put less control but I put more respect to them. So now I learn to spend less time on arguing I'm right or spend my energy on why you don't take my advice. I am being more flexible with their choice, though it didn't appear good to me. So for example, my dad has a cataract for both eyes, but he didn't want to operate another side because he had unpleasant experience. But instead of arguing with him, now I can more respect his choice. And the times prove it didn't make too much matter on him at this stage either. So I learned more like I shouldn't use my way to think this is right or this is a wrong choice, and I should take their lifestyle or personal experience into account and leave the decision to their discretion. And the last one I want to say is having more connection. As I said before, my relationship with my parents used to be cold and not get along well. It's hard for me to think I can spend time with them alone. It will put me on ease. And my parents are because my parents are not like kind of talking to you nicely, and because there is a huge age difference between us, almost 50 years. So the gap generation often used to bring quarrel. So I actually didn't like to be with them. However, now I found myself can be less aggressive and calmer when they're nagging at me, and the vibe changed between us. So I think I feel I open myself to connect with them, so we can enjoy each other's company more. Like I take them out for dinner and accompany my dad to the elderly travel, and also doing some gardening work with my dad. So to recognize the aging and death, transfer my focus from how to live longer to how I live. So I wonder, how can I be part of it to create a new code for aging and death? So I think one of the reasons we fail to accept aging and death is because we disconnect with nature. So I want to suggest a different approach. My experiment plan is turning my dad's garden, as you can see on the slide, into an elderly care garden. So it's a place to empower people to have courage and joy when facing aging and death. And to conclude, I want to conclude in a story to share with you here. So a few weeks ago, I saw bamboo flower. Bamboo flowering is a peculiar phenomenon. It blooms at extremely long intervals, such as 65 to 100 years. So bamboo flowering means the bamboo is going to die because the bamboo finds the big change on the soil. And to make its generation can succeed, bamboo will give all of its nutrition to bloom. So these seeds can reproduce next generations. I was quite worried when I heard my dad say the bamboo bloom in our garden. I think, oh no, bamboo is dying. How did that happen? However, my dad appears to be quite calm. He said, why you make a fuss about it? No worries, bamboo will die, just like human will die too. And it just dawns to me, oh, bamboo flowers show beautifully that one will die, but life itself will never end. Their seed will produce succeeding generations. So I would say my dad is the bravest one in our family when it comes to aging and death. He just keeps calm and carry on with what life throws to him. And I think that's because most of his 83 years, he has been connected with nature, and the nature instills this kind of calm and confidence in him. So this is a health agent mean to me. I want to be brave and stable as my dad on this inevitable journey of aging and death. Just like Barbara put it, being old enough to die is an achievement, not a defeat. And the freedom it brings is worth celebrating. So in the end, what is a new code of aging and death? To me, I hope through constant practice, when the time to say final goodbye, I can proudly say I'm old enough to die. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this is the end
It was
of
very
my
moving.
presentation. Yeah.
So moving,
Thanks.
Alice. You really are a like 活菩萨 or living Zen practitioner. And I believe that all of you from the talk so far, you must see some underlying themes that we will later explore in our panel. And of course, you will have the chance to explore them in depth during your workshop phase. So right now, I would like to remind you how would our World Cafe proceed. So again, I invite you to go back to your workbook and go to before work cafes. So I'll introduce what are you going to do in the next half hour. So basically, first of all, I would invite the chairperson to guide the discussion for your group to narrow down, to basically decide what are the focus topics that you're going to talk about and what are the subtopics that you're going to talk about. Some of the angles you can think of might be questions. What do you want to ask the speaker? Or because we consider the World Cafe as a egalitarian or democratic environment for conversations. So you can also have critiques. You can also have other sharings. You're not less than the speaker. You also can be on equal stances. So these are some angles that you can think about. And we will give you 5 minutes to decide what your topics are going to be and decide how the World Cafe is going to be organized. Then after 5 minutes, we'll be sending our speakers into World Cafes, one for around 13 to 15 minutes. And after you got the 3 World Cafe rounds, you will have 5 minutes to summarize what you have learned on the After the World Cafe section. So please have someone or together summarize what you learned. What are the key points in this box, as you can see in the share screen? Then you will have to copy and paste this to the session 2 summary. So eventually, we together as 3 groups, we will create a summary together. So paste your learnings in each of these boxes. And after you paste them, we will enter our panel section. And all of you are welcome to type in your questions or comments in this section. So the speakers can see your questions and have a pretty thorough and comprehensive conversation. All right, so it's now 8:50. We'll send you into breakout groups. I mean so you can start your World Cafe preparation. See you soon. So right now, I think the speakers will stay here, and I would like to. Do I still need to introduce you to each other, or since you already heard each other's presentations, would that be sufficient?
I think I'm good. Thank you very much to both
Awesome.
of you for your beautiful and interesting presentations.
Yeah, awesome. So later, you will go into the breakout rooms to join the World Cafes, and in this 3 minutes, I would like to bring up some of the common threads I see in all of your presentations. So for example, I see like the internal transformations is a huge theme underlining 3 of your talks, and the idea of the sense of control and the actual inability to do so, but the urge to do so. The conflict between these two is also a huge theme that we could probably explore in our panel. And also, safe spaces is also a key theme that I observed from the presentations that you just delivered. So whether it is safe spaces that Chris, you found important to devote time to, because you mentioned that change makers should spend significant time for creating safe spaces. And for Kageki's case, he created democratic universities for such safe spaces to happen. In Japanese, it's called ibasho, or a place to belong to. And Alice, you also mentioned like the power of being in natural environment, being connected to nature, so you can reconcile and also recover or to recharge. So these are some of the themes that I think we could probably talk about later. And also, I think we can start from later. We can start from what are the discussions that you have in the breakout work cafes. And are there any questions? Awesome. And do you? Yeah.
So I don't need to review the documents that is now being filled with potential questions. I just go there and see what happens.
Yeah, you can go there to see what happens, but based on our experience in the first session, we recognize that the participants are rather shy, and many of them are rather shy, and also they might not be very confident in speaking English. So so I hope you all can bear with that and tolerate that, and just enjoy and have a safe space, as you all just mentioned. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
All right. And also maybe during the World Cafe, because as I mentioned, I would like to have this conversation pretty equal and democratic. So if any of you have questions or comments to each other's presentations, you'll be able to do so during the panel. Great. Awesome. Okay, so let me contact Jiaqian, and I think she will send. Yeah, Jiaqian, you're here. So you can now put our speakers into the breakout rooms.
Okay, so I will send Kageki to the group A, and Alice to group B, and Christopher to group C, and 10 minutes later we'll change each group. Okay, so we can join. 你要去哪？
赞，我觉得刚才这样子还不错，这5分钟稍微说明，然后你刚才这样子，赞。
好，那你去，
我就去巡逻。
好 ，OK， 拜。
さっきはどうでしたか？
面白いセッションをしている、忙しいですね。
そうです。
いろんな質問が来ます、ね。通訳のサポートありがと
う。いえ、これは当然です。So I would like to invite you to maybe contemplate upon the experience you just had, and maybe do you have any ideas, like what are the things that you like to talk to each other? I also like to have your thoughts, but of course I can also lead the discussion. Alice, do you have anything?
I'm good for now.
I heard that you were pretty popular in the groups. They resonate with your talk a lot. How is the experience in your World Cafe?
I'm happy, like some of them. I mean, the questions I get, like the metaphor about bamboo flowers, and and I'm happy that everyone sort of get it. Yeah. And also like asking me about some of things I didn't mention, but I would like to mention, I would like to share as well. For example, like how I it's quite stressed, and how I deal with this kind of caring stress. Yeah. And also like what's the point make me thinking about the inner strength is more important than the outer part. Yeah. I think this is quite a good point to bring up.
Awesome. I wonder, Christopher, would you do you have any things that you like to exchange with Kageki and Alice during our panel? 5 minutes, 2 minutes later.
Yes, I know, Kageki, this is a huge question. But I wondered, what do you mean by self? Because there's the Buddhist self, and then there's consciousness, and then there are, Western conceptualizations of what the self is. I was getting a sense that you might mean consciousness and awareness and our abilities to kind of grasp and interact with the world, not necessarily philosophical, but it's an ontological question. So I wondered how your take is, very briefly. I'm sorry, it's a big topic.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I think, Kageki, you can keep this question, and we can have that brilliant discussion in the panel
Okay.
for everyone as well, because I don't want them to miss this brilliant question as well. Kageki, do you have anything that you like to interact or exchange with the two others?
Actually, I listened to presentation from these two great speakers. Yeah, I think your speech is something common with the study of selfology. So it's very interesting. Thank you.
Awesome. So I am thinking that at first you all can share some of the experience and what are your takeaways or what are your thoughts that you like to share after the work phase, and maybe proceeding from that, we can talk about some of the common threads, as I just mentioned, like the internal transformation or like the sense of control, safe.
I have one more question to Alice, if I may. Alice, I wondered if you could maybe clarify what you mean by the fear. And I wondered if you mean being fearful of death or being fearful of dying.
Sorry. 1 more minute. Participant will back to the lobby, so maybe you can wait for them come back and continue.
Yeah, I think we can have some topics here and then ferment them for a bit, and then we can have that brilliant conversation just in 1 minute. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. But Alice, did you understand Chris's question, or do you need some elaboration?
So let me just say again and see if my understanding is correct. So do you mean what's the fear that I mean is dying or death? And yes. What's the first questions?
That's the same question. Are you afraid of dying or are you afraid of death?
Wow. I think in the beginning, I think I'm afraid of dying. Yes. That's why. That's like I'm afraid of I get I lose my ability. Yes. Like you can't work well, your mobility is going down. Yeah, these sort of things. Yeah, I think it's very normal. Like well, for me, I think everybody, the fear is normal, and that's why in the beginning I buy the insurance as well, and then I also don't want to go through like invalid medical treatment, so I sign advanced directives as well. Yeah, so yeah, I do fear. I mean, I'm still afraid of it, but I think now, like I said, I more think how you live is more important than how you die. Yeah. So I think when I died and then at the right time I feel happy or joyful, and I did things I have done, then I will say, yeah, I hope I can say I'm old enough to die.
Yeah, Alice, I think maybe one comment from my side and then I'll shut up is I think the question about dying is very much a question about living.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Thank you.
Echo with you. Yeah.
Awesome. So I think everyone's coming back, and you must all have a very fruitful session. And right now, I would invite you all to copy and paste the summary that you co-created with your group to these boxes. So you see this document, I'll navigate you again. So from this session 2 SELFation, go to session 2 summary and click on the document, then go to the boxes to your respective groups, paste them in. And as we begin this panel, if you have any questions that you would like to ask the speakers, type them down here so the speakers might be able to respond to them comprehensively. So I'd like to invite first our speakers to share some memorable moments, or what are the things that you hope that you like to elaborate more but you didn't during the World Cup phase. What are the points that you think it's really worth sharing to all the participants? Would anyone like to start first? Chris?
Well, I would like to, first of all, thank all participants for the wonderful questions. And I find it quite striking that how deeply ingrained our worldviews are. I mean, obviously, but that a certain mechanistic way of looking at the world, that we can form and change the world according to our wishes, goes very back to hundreds of years. So it's almost like that we are fish swimming in that kind of water, and we are not aware of the water we are surrounded with, because that's what constitutes our world. So I would say, without saying too much about Kageki's speech, is we are so kind of habituated and conditioned to explore and live in the outer world. And we all miss the invitation that there is an inner world that wants to find its own expression, and that there's a dialogue between the inner and the outer. But at least in my view, and maybe Kageki can say something about this as well, in my view, it's really starting with us becoming aware of the question that there might be something else waiting for us to be discovered, and finding that question and then finding the entry point to that question can be quite challenging. And at least that's what I know from my coaching work, is that clients come to me when something that used to work very well for whatever reason isn't working any longer. So they suddenly are confronted with a new situation, a new question mark. And that's usually always a very good entry point to go a little bit deeper and to ask questions, as opposed to just looking for very quick fixes or answers. Thank you.
Awesome. Alice, would you like to share just something about the World Cafe experience, and maybe elaborate on something that you hope you want to say more, or some of the interesting questions you just heard?
All right, yeah. So thank you for all the participants, and I really honored to be here with all the speakers. Yeah, and that I really admired. Yes, and yeah, because for the technical issues, I didn't hear the Kageki's teacher's presentation, but I do hope I can get a little bit more understanding about, I mean, I can see a recording, yeah, but from Christopher, I really feel resonated with your idea, and I like the idea of complexity, yeah, and I also I feel resonated with the control part, like I also feel like there is things we can't control, and it's good to have a flexibility, leave the flexibility and leave the room for how it happens. Yes, yeah. And for me, this is my first time to join the World Cafe. So I think it's really a interesting and new experience to me. So yeah, it's probably about it. Yeah, so I'm really happy to have the exchange with everyone. Yeah, it's making me quite uplifting during this pandemic. Yeah.
Awesome. Kageki?
Yeah, thank you very much for such a wonderful participants. So yeah, it was very good to share at the same time. We share the same interests together, and I was surprised because the participants, how to say, they understood me better, more than I expected. So I had just a half an hour to talk about selfology. It's not so, how to say, easy to share the idea of selfology, even in Japan, but the people here understood me more than I expected. So through the conversation of the World Cafe, I think, yeah, and I feel maybe that in Taiwanese societies, we have many common situations, and people here, how to say, very, you're very aware of the issues surrounding us. So it may be the reason. So yeah, I had a very good time. Thank you.
Eva, 你没有开麦。
All right. So I think there are several underlying themes under your keywords or themes underlying your talks, and one of them I recall was creating safe spaces. So I'd like to invite you all to talk a little bit more about what are some of the examples of creating safe spaces. How, like for example, how might they look like, and in what form would they take, or what are the elements that you think are important in creating such spaces? Does anyone like to go first? Everyone's humble.
I can go first.
All right, awesome.
But I don't want to rock the floor. Two elements come to mind, and they also stem from complexity thinking. One is to foster self-organization, meaning that people or staff members or colleagues have the space to self-organize what they're caring about, to go about it in their own ways. And that means giving that space to them without them fearing repercussions or control or ridicule or some kind of judgment. Quite often people have amazing ideas, but they don't dare to say them because they fear that it exposes them. So as an enabling environment or a safe space allows them to come forward and experiment. I think it's at Google, for example, that they allow every staff member, I think 1 or 2 hours every day to just play. And nobody's checking their time, and nobody's checking what are they doing with the Lego pieces. Are they really experimenting or not? But they have the space to do and to follow whatever they are interested in, and to have them, arrive at new insights and new ideas that then they can take up later. So for me, it's the space for self-organizing, and enabling space also consists of removing potential judgments. Also, when people experiment and the experiment doesn't go great, to not say, well, next time I'm going to cut your budget because it didn't work. So all this kind of managerial control and judgmental part should be removed.
Awesome. I think this will actually resonate a lot with Kageki's experience. And Kageki himself has, as I briefly introduced, he founded the Democratic University in Japan, And such university actually creates a very safe space for young people who face self-denial or the denial by the society, and manifested in the form that they, so hikikomori or hutoko or school non-attendance are phenomenons that young people, they don't leave their room or their house. However, Kageki created a space that these young people are able to show their vulnerability and go to these places and revitalize their lives. So I think Kageki has also a lot of things to comment on this.
Thank you. Basically, I agree with Christopher. We have a very convenient word for safe space. Ibasho is the word in Japanese. We translate into English, but it is very difficult to do. And we say the place where the person can be the self. So that is ibasho. And so because in Japanese society, for many school students, schools are not their ibasho, safe space. So unfortunately, year by year, many students leave the schools. So now 180,000 students at primary, junior high, they leave. And 330,000 students do not feel like going to school, they say. So because schools are not safe space for them, they are judged by the values they don't like, and they have to do what they want to do. And they feel their voice is not heard. So these are not a safe space for them. And unfortunately, in Japan, efficiency is very important. So at working places, efficiency is the most important value. And Japanese schools are preparation place for the society. So the students are expected to do anything efficiently. So efficiency, operates the students' safe space. Unfortunately, it happens in Japan. And we need to have a more safe spaces in the society.
Yeah, I think the idea of safe space also relates to a lot to conflict. I bet, for example, like the lack of safe spaces can also be related to, in Japan, the study of like random killing, and also it could be related to why those immigrants in Europe, they join terrorism, which I believe Christopher might be somewhat familiar because of your previous works experience. And I think in terms of Alice's interest in aging, the safe space that you just mentioned was more of a spiritual or an internal space, safe space of accepting or embracing the lack of control. Would you like to comment more on that?
Yeah, I really resonated with CRISPR and Kageki, and I think the self, I would say the self space, if I internalize to my personal life, I would say, for example, like I would allow myself have safe space when I like dealing with caring work over all the pressures. Like, for example, I will leave some time for myself just drawing, but without any purpose. And I think like this kind of thing is really important to make you keep sane and you can keep working on the daily life. And I really think when you give yourself safe space and then when you allow yourself have safe space, then you can have you can allow others to have safe space too. Yeah. So I think so. I would say for the first, it's really good to start from myself, and I found when I allow myself to have stillness time, either doing yoga or drawing, and then I think it's really important to tell myself it's just doing things for fun without any purpose. So you will get nourished to yourself, and then once you are nourished, then you will have power and the capability to look after others. And I think the the acceptance comes when you accept yourself first as well. And also like the judgment. For example, I found a lot of things, like Kageki and Chris says, we influenced by the outer part a lot. So now I sort of can recognize sometimes it's myself, limited myself. So I try to educate it and give myself self space by saying, okay, now this is okay. When you're doing wrong, that's fine. I mean, I try to speak to myself in another way rather than what I have been instilled in the past. And I think this kind of re-educated myself help me to not oppress myself. Does it make sense? I mean, I thought, we used to be oppressed by the society because we were told that you should blah, 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 blah. So now I start to tell myself, I start say another new words to myself, and I hope it can turn out to be the different lives. Yeah, that's what I'm practicing.
So Alice, of course, because this session is titled SELFation, and we talk about self. But Christopher actually raises a very philosophical and important question to Kageki, I believe, maybe also to Alice, when we were chatting, when everyone's in the breakouts. Would you like to raise that again, Chris? Chris, I think you are muted.
I'm not sure which question you refer to. You mean the question of the self?
Oh, yeah. I think you raised a question to Kageki, right?
Right. Okay. So, well, let's see how useful it is for us to apply compassion. And I'm really moved by what Alice has said, that at the end of the day, we are only as compassionate to others as we are compassionate to ourselves. And so self-cultivation for me is the issue. And if we now go into the different conceptualization, what a self could mean in the religious terms, or in the Buddhist terms, or in the Western conceptualization, or I'm not sure if we don't necessarily lose the touch to what we are already trying to grasp, and that's the experience of being with us. And I think we can cultivate a sense of self by just trying to attune to the inner processes, and maybe that's a good starting point. Otherwise, we might just go very deep into conceptualizations and detach ourselves from our own immediate experience. So I would say self is connected to experience, how we process phenomena surrounding us, and make sense of it and engage and relate to others in the world. And I think that might be a good working definition for me, but I don't know what Kageki has to say.
So Christopher, you asked me what the self means. Yeah, so that's a big question. The meaning of the self has been changed in Japanese society. So before Meiji Restoration, it is about 150 years ago. So Japan opened the country to the world. So since then, Japan experienced modernization. It means westernization those days. And the meaning of the self has been changed a lot. And Japanese society, Japanese culture now is a kind of a combination of traditional Japanese ideas with Western ideas. So the self in English is not the same, exactly the same meaning of Japanese self. It's not the same. So it's slightly different. And
if you want to say in Japanese, I can try to translate.
Yeah. There are some Japanese words which means self. Jiga is one translation of self in Japanese. But we also have another word, onore. Onore is another Japanese word of self. It's so difficult to translate into English. So the old meaning of the self is very complicated. It's a challenge for me to speak in English. The how to say currency of how to say cognitive something. So in Japanese traditional Japanese cultures, we think inside of the person, inside of the self, there are many people inside of the self. So the person consists of the many people who have met in the person's history. And so the how to say the self consists of mixture of the ideas, of a feeling of these people with some consciousness or with original consciousness. So something like that. So definition of the self or definition of ego is very difficult to speak in English. And also it is changing. And we can say the how to say the range of the self or ego becomes narrower and narrower. So people becomes more detached, isolated. So how to say the sense of being the self is more how to say it's weakening in Japanese society now. So we need to do selfology. We need to get the sense of being the self back. Does it make sense to you, Christopher?
I think so. and I appreciate you saying that it is very complicated, if not complex, to describe it. But my takeaway is that one way of looking at it is from the perspective of consciousness and awareness, self-awareness.
Yeah, I can probably add something, although we're a little bit out of time. For example, so I think the concept of self also relates to the concept of human, but the Western concept of human, usually in Japanese, there are two translations. One is jinrui and one is ningen. So the former translation, it's more like a species translation, and it's more like a category or in human in Western idea, it usually implies some sort of being individual. However, the latter translation, ningen, it consists of two kanji or Chinese characters. One is the literal human or a man, and the other is between. So human. So in other words, the traditional concept of human in Japan, it basically that human does not exist without that relationship or without that betweenness. So I think this also relates to Kageki's explanation, saying that the self consists of so many other things instead of the Western concept of self. So that, I think that's a whole philosophical seminar that we could probably have someday. Yeah. And as our time is a little bit over, I'll invite you to look through the questions for the panel and invite your comments. Seems like most of them are to Kageki, but I also, if Christopher and Alice would like also to comment something, you can also comment. But since it's to us, to Kageki, would you like to respond to these first?
Sorry, the letters are too little for me to read. Sorry, nowadays I have, thank you. There are many questions. About the method of selfology, it's how to say, it takes some time to learn, but they can do selfology with the other students too. So some students have a more experience than the person, so help each other, and so how to say, so they can do the method. And sorry, I cannot answer to all the questions. But thank you very much for questions or interest of you. Thank you very much.
All right. So does Alice or Christopher have anything at last would like to add? Maybe to the questions or in general to this entire session? Oh, we have another to Christopher here.
As the world changes fast, we focus on our mind, give us space to fix it. How to deal with convince people we love to learning. Well, I wish I could make a lot of money if I have the answer to that. But I would say I would follow what Alice has said. We calm others down when we feel calm. We inspire others to connect with themselves if they feel and sense how good it is for us when we connect with ourselves. So it is, we have the tendency to kind of externalize everything that's happening in us as a response to the outer world. And we lose touch and we lose connection with ourselves. And particularly with COVID, if the living conditions allow you to, then you can make room for yourself to introduce yourself to new ideas of mindfulness, of meditation, of yogic practices, of maybe changing your, turning off the TV, not watching TV all the time, because basically you still have the choice what to do with it. Never mind if it's COVID. And I think what we have right now is this invitation to think about the way how we spend the time with. And sure, we can continue with our habitual ways of living, but that doesn't mean that we are very conscious beings. I think trying to become aware of how we're spending our time can be a good start. And maybe I mentioned this earlier, potentially introduce very minor, small mini practices into your day that gives you a sense of consciousness when you wake up, or to connect with yourself otherwise. It may be a little bit of a vague response, but this is quite a big question. Yeah, I'll leave it as that.
Certainly. Alice, what are your fast thoughts before we close the session?
Well, I think I feel really grateful, like under this pandemic, but we still have internet to connect with each other. So like our souls and minds can still exchange with our like-minded people. So I feel really happy and grateful about it. Yeah, and yeah, I think it's kind of give myself nourish as well. I mean, this is a good, good nourishment to me. Yeah.
All right.
Me too. Yeah.
All right. So thank you all for your presentations. It's 8 minutes past our original time. I know Kageki has to get the last train before he couldn't get the last train. So thank you all. And Kageki can leave first, and I'll. Of course, the speakers can leave first, and I'll have some of the last reminders to all the participants. So thank you for attending. And again, I would like to remind you to join the TICE Bulletin Board Free Exchange Zone. So as you experience today in the breakout world cafes, there are so many like-minded persons joining this conference. So, and I believe it will be invaluable to continue those connections and conversations. So I invite you to join this on Facebook, so you can get to know each other, get to continue the conversation. And for those who completed your workbooks, you're able to download them here. Download these. Whether you're gonna download in Microsoft Word or you're gonna download in PDF file, depends on your convenience. But this will be a record of your co-learning and co-creation. Last but not least, we invite you to, after the session, we will send out a feedback form so you can comment on the conference. And if you have any questions, please leave them in the bulletin board area. And we hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
我都没有跟凯凯一起说到话。
啊，我听不懂你在说什么。
好难过。他还会再出现吗？
你直接透过你哥联络他。
我把直播关掉了哦。